10 o'clock, and I will call this Board of County Commissioners meeting to order. It is June 27th, and we will start with a salute to the flag. And I'd love to have Christine Hull from We the People lead us in the salute to the flag. Thank you so much. Great job. And now, Madam Clerk, let's do the roll call.
Alexis Hill, Chair.
Here.
Jeannie Herman, Vice Chair. Michael Clark.
Present.
Mary Luz Garcia. Here. Clara Andriola.
Present.
County Manager Eric Brown.
Here.
Nathan Edwards.
Here.
And I'm Kathy Smith, Chief Deputy Clerk.
Thank you so much. Now we will go into item 3, Mr. Manager.
Thank you. Item 3 is Commissioners and County Managers' announcements, reports, and updates to include boards and commissions updates, requests for information or topics for future agendas.
Thank you very much. I'll kick it off by saying that I need to leave at noon today. Hopefully we'll be wrapped up, but if not, our Vice Chair has graciously said that she will run the rest of the meeting. So I will now go to the rest of my commissioners. Do we have any other commissioner announcements today? Yes, Vice Chair Herman.
You on here because it's not working.
Oh,
so.
no, okay. Oh, we are having problems with our iPads, so if someone could run down and help us, that would be great.
Okay.
Thank you so much, but yes,
So
go ahead.
my mic's working.
Yay.
So that's good. Okay. So I just wanted to say that I've got several things here. The PILT Fund, I don't know if everybody knows what the PILT Fund is, but it's money we get. It's money in lieu of taxes. Doesn't near come to the amount we lose by having public lands in our county, but it is $4 million this year that's coming into our county, and I just thought I'd report that. NACO works on that very hard.
Yes.
Public Lands Group. We work on that, trying to make sure we get what we have coming. And anyhow, just wanted you to know about that. And then our governor, he's really doing a good job for us. He signed on to an excellent letter regarding the BLM lands rule and landscape health bill. It's a pretty rough bill for everybody in the western states. So he signed on with people from governors from Montana, South Dakota, Idaho, and a few other states. So I really have to hand it to him. He's doing some good work for us. So I've been informed that the election integrity bill will be on the agenda sometime in July, but it's been forwarded for legal review. Is that correct?
I think that there are some concerns with the proposal that you've submitted, but we can talk about that in more detail.
Okay.
After Mr. Edwards has more time to review it, but there are some concerns on whether we can put it on the agenda due to our rules of making sure that anything on the agenda is legal, but we'll be in touch on that. But certainly we'll have the elections cab on the agenda in July, is my understanding.
I think you'll find that the election integrity bill has been researched very well.
That's awesome.
And the rest. So I expect to see it on the agenda. So,
Madam Chair, we're in the process of reviewing it, so that's underway.
Okay, thank you so much.
thank you. Because the election is not that far away.
No, it's coming up.
So once again, I'm going to implore this board to bring back developments to the cabs for approval or not, where it belongs with the voice of the people. All right, and then I have one here that I wrote up so I could just read it, and that'll make it faster, because I get stranded and over here and over there. So I've been sitting here for 9 years complaining, and I'm going to do it again, about my problems with county technology. I asked the county to provide me with a computer so I can meet with residents and craft their answers, questions, and comments into emails, so I can get them directed to the right departments and folks here at the county. I did that because Commissioner Clark's always meeting with people and told me to move into the next century, and with an email, I have paper trail that is what I really need and want. I got the computer after waiting a few weeks, and unlike Commissioner Clark, who uses it at coffee shops, restaurants, clubhouses, wherever he's meeting with people, and mine's just unwilling to do that. I've been trying to get it fixed for 6 weeks or more. I want the computer that the county has provided me to be able to access Wi-Fi and not have to wait and get a bunch of screens and security updates every time I try to log in, sometimes 6 or 7 times in a row when I've answered all the questions in the computer that the computer has. I think you're trying to wear me out again on this and have me give up, and I'm not going to. The county needs to fix my computer, but instead they wanted to come to my house. I don't want to use this darn thing at my house. I want to use it on Wi-Fi. When I'm meeting with residents and business owners, I can whip that out and use it with, I don't meet people at my house because my house is a long ways out of town. If the computer isn't fixed, I'm going to have you give it back to me, and I have a friend that is a computer company that said they could fix it. It's up to you, and we need to get something done, because I do want to be in this next century. Okay, so I've had a lot of folks reach out to me after last week's board meeting, and they were confused about why Commissioner Garcia was still on the Washoe County Health District Board after she made the common revelation that she has a personal private relationship with Oscar Delgado. I went back and read the Health District's agenda since Commissioner Garcia was welcomed to the board on February 23rd. I'm reading the agendas. I saw no mention of the Community Health Alliance being on the agenda. I have not had a chance to read the minutes of the meeting, but I'm certain someone will. The only reason I bring this up is because I've been asked to put it on the record. We have 4 other commissioners who I don't think have any link to anyone who works in the health industry, let alone runs a pretty big organization here in town. Might it just be prudent to have someone else represent the body?
Commissioner Herman, do you want to agendize a future appointment to the Health District Board? I just don't think it's very fair for you to accuse Commissioner Garcia of conflicts of interest that you don't know about.
It was the question that I had to get answers to the people that have asked me about it. So that's all I'd like to do, is find out. And we can do that if you'd like.
No, I'm asking you. I don't think it's fair to use your commissioner comments to, say things that are unfair about fellow commissioners.
And I'm sorry if I did that, but I just was trying to bring an answer to questions.
You can certainly talk to Commissioner Garcia, who's sitting right next to you, anytime about that. Do you have any other comments?
No, that's all. I just wanted to bring that forward and maybe get an answer on it. Yeah, and so we can talk.
That sounds great. Okay, Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make a comment about our last meeting here. Some folks were up and they were reading, and I've never read these books, so I can't verify it, but they were reading out of books that are approved for children at the library. And I want to make sure everybody's clear that children can't vote. They can't sign contracts. They can't go into bars. They can't go into casinos and hang around. They can't do this, that, many things they can't do because of their age. You know, over the years, the Boy Scouts, churches, and others have preyed upon children. You know, even in prison, what people think are the lowest of low in society, common felons have a code of honor. Common felons don't prey on children. Common felons take matters into their own hands with some street justice with molesters. The prisons spend extra money to protect molesters in prison. And yet here we are as a body allowing people to prey on children's minds with some of these books. I'm not happy with these books. I was extremely uncomfortable with the comments that were made, and I want to defend Mr. Edwards for jumping in and helping out with the understanding of this. You know, he's here to protect the county. He's here to protect the county employees. The county employees are adults who don't want to hear other adults saying these things. My question, and one of my constituents brought this to my attention, who's the attorney for the children? Who's there representing the children when somebody's reading this to them, or they're reading it, or somebody suggests they read this? I don't want to see this type of smut being available to children. It's vile, it's disgusting, it's vulgar, and I want to have a report from the library board about why these particular books that made us all cringe up here on the dais are in the child section of our libraries. You know, people talk about defunding the police because they feel that the police are brutalizing somebody. I'm about defunding the library if they're going to brutalize children with this type of thing. This is disgusting. I want to know how and I'd like Mr. Edwards to check into this for me. How do we remove people from the library board? We appoint them, and to be fair to them, I'd like them to read these books and come and give the county a book report on why they think these books should be in the library. Tell us why, but more importantly, tell the public why. The public needs to know why the library board is asking us for money, asking us to fund the library system, and they put this vile crap out there for kids to read. I'm unhappy with this, and I want to report, and I want to know why people think this is a good idea for children to be subject to this type of perverted information. Using children's body orifices for
Commissioner Clark.
you know, oh no, no, you're not going to silence me. I'm not using bad words. Orifice is not a bad word. The books that I heard read and the things that were in there are disgusting, and the public needs to know why the library board thinks it's a good idea.
Clark.
Good. I want to drive that point home. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, do you have any announcements for us?
I do. The only thing I have to say, Madam Chair, is in response to Commissioner Herman, we'll continue to work to try to get your laptop operating outside the building. I don't think it matters where we do that, but the symptoms are that if it's not operating properly outside the building, there's probably a Wi-Fi issue. It doesn't have to be fixed at your home, but it does have to be addressed by somebody at a location outside of a Washoe County facility. So we'll do our best again to try to get that taken care of. That's it, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Any other commissioners? Commissioner Clark?
Yes, I wasn't finished. I'll move on to a different topic since it seems to make people a little queasy, but it made me queasy as well.
I just don't know if everything that you're asserting is a fact, and so I think that also needs to be looked into. So
Listen,
I don't think
when I'm up here,
accusations are
I'm
necessarily
asking
fair.
questions. I want to know answers.
I didn't hear questions there.
Okay, it's a question. Who approved these books? Do the library board think it's a good idea? Those are the questions I want answered, okay? Back to my other comments. Back on January 6, 2023, Governor Joe Lombardo's second executive order aims at getting state workers returned to pre-pandemic and normal customary office conditions by July 1st. I hear daily from Washoe County residents who are reporting how they're unable to get answers to basic questions, and they have their frustrations come to the county complex to track down answers. Many times they learn the individual they are looking to connect with is working remotely. I'd like to know how many county employees work remotely. Is Washoe County following the governor's directive to get back to pre-pandemic customary office conditions? When we have a remote worker, do we verify they have child care? I have residents who've reported they have had conversations with county employees and heard children in the background. I understand we have a full-time employee who works remotely and cares full-time for their grandchild. How do we coordinate that? Are they spending more time on child care or work-related issues? Two, last week, Commissioner Andriola wanted a request to the county manager to include prayer during this meeting, and that could possibly be scheduled during that proclamation time. Give the faith-based community an opportunity to create an invocation and hopefully lots of blessings. After Commissioner Andriola brought this up last week, I've thought about this during the past week and reached out to a number of people to get their ideas. While Commissioner Andriola commented on the faith-based community, I've just wanted to make sure we include leaders of all faiths: Muslims, Hindus, Sikhs, Presbyterian, Jews, Catholics, Mormons, Buddhists, every recognized religion. If we're going to have invocation, let's have everybody get a seat at the table. It wasn't until 2007 that Washoe County's very own Hindu cleric was allowed to give prayer at the legislature. We must make sure that we support all of our residents if we're going to do this and give a voice to all folks, including agnostics. Everybody should have a voice here if we're going to have some invocations. Next item, Washoe County Health Department. I see the Health Department has a treatment schedule, and I read on Pecan Press last night or yesterday about the situation with the so-called retirement of a pilot, that I was told that the pilots had retired, and come to find out it was based basically on major lawsuits that they were all involved in. And, it was probably an accident, but oversprayed some kids playing soccer, supposed to be spraying another area. But, I'd like to go on record with Mr. Dick that my frustrations regarding mosquito abatement was not directed at you nor the health department. It was Manager Brown, who I couldn't get an answer from that it made any sense. Manager Brown had told me they'd spoken with Commissioner Herman. When I spoke with Commissioner Herman, she indicated she had not spoken to Mr. Dick. So, there's just confusion about what's taking place. I'm getting calls from people in the North Valleys reporting mosquitoes up in their area the size of Cornish game hens flying around. this is...
And Commissioner Clark, we are going to discuss this under item 4.
Okay, good. Good. This is Commissioner comments. Can you allow me to finish, please? I don't interrupt you. Could you please give me that courtesy and not interrupt me? Thank you. Jeez, I guess I'm the public up here. The way the public gets stifled, now I'm getting it. Okay? My reaction is I want information. Why does somebody tell me that the pilot retired and we can't do this, and come to find out it's something else entirely different? The playbook doesn't work anymore. The cover-up doesn't work anymore. Just tell people the truth and we move on. We figure out a way to fix it. As managers and elected officials, we don't always like what we hear, but we need to hear it. We need to hear it so we can fix it. So that's my frustration. Cover-ups and misinformation and disinformation is just not how you solve problems in the real life. I guess I'm finished. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Andriola.
I would just like to thank the staff for following up, and Commissioner Clark, thank you for reiterating the importance of having the entire community and faith-based represented, no matter what your particular religion. And I really was inspired by the the Nevada prayer breakfast that I had shared with the at another meeting that I attended. It was so inspirational, and I'm looking forward to staff bringing forward representatives of the community, and they are working on it, so thank you in advance for that. I also wanted to share that the concern of the language that was read in the books was more than difficult to hear. I've since reached out to the library current chair and spoke with the county manager about requesting a presentation with how the books are chosen and the format to which they legally are required to comply. I think that would be helpful to understand the parameters to which they're working to address the selection of books. So I appreciate also the district attorney for chiming in with the necessary requirement of protecting everyone, not only in this building at the time or in the room, but in the entire building or those that were even watching online. So I'd like to just, see if we can schedule that presentation so that we would all have facts on how the process works. So we're not, so we have information to work in a framework that's legally required, and understanding where the commission role is on that, I think, is important to clarify. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay. We will now move on to item 4, Mr. Manager.
Item 4 is a presentation and update by Washoe County Health Districts regarding the Vector-borne ordinance prevention program, including mosquito abatement and current rate of mosquito populations in our community. And we have Health Officer Kevin Dick here today.
Welcome.
Good morning, Chair Hill. Good morning, Commissioners. Thanks for the opportunity to present today. And today I'm going to talk about our vector-borne disease prevention program. And let's see, is there a clicker? Up here we go. There we go. We have a number of vector-borne illnesses that occur that are spread by insects or mammals. And the top 3 there, West Nile virus, St. Louis encephalitis, Western equine encephalitis. Those are all arbovirus diseases because they're spread by insects and specifically by mosquitoes. So I'm going to talk about them and our mosquito situation today. And then also I'm going to talk a little bit about our program. It's an integrated program that includes education, monitoring and surveillance, prevention, and treatment. Now, there are lots of bugs out there, and there aren't all mosquitoes. This time of year, we have a lot of midges that are occurring. So we have this picture here shows you a difference between a midge and mosquito, but when they're moving and flying around, it can be difficult to tell. The midges do not have a proboscis, so they do not bite. They're not a blood-feeding insect, and so they do not spread disease. And so our focus with our vector-borne disease program is on the vectors that are spreading diseases. So while midges are a nuisance and may cause discomfort for people when they're flying around, they're not the mosquitoes that we're concerned with. And specifically, the mosquitoes we're concerned with are the Culex tarsalis mosquitoes, which are the species that spreads those 3 diseases. And specifically, it's the female tarsalis mosquito that we're concerned with because they're the ones that feed on blood, that bite people. The males survive on plant nectar. So it's the female tarsalis that we're concerned with. And we have a surveillance program where we use New Jersey light traps in areas that we have standing water and wetlands, 12 different locations in our community where we deploy these light traps so that we can assess what the mosquito populations are. And this is a chart that I'll explain to you that shows what we're finding up in the North Valleys. On the left axis of this chart is average weekly temperatures. And so that's the blue line that you see overlying the yellow horizontal line. And the yellow horizontal line is when we become concerned about Western equine encephalitis transmission. It has to reach about 65 degrees or so for Western equine encephalitis. And then the concern level for St. Louis encephalitis and West Nile virus is when we get that average weekly temperature up into the mid-70s. And we're not there yet, although it looks like we're going to be getting there pretty soon with the heat wave that's coming up for us. And then on the right axis is average females that we trap per night in those New Jersey light traps. And the purple line there shows you the total number of female mosquitoes that we have been getting in Lemon Valley area. And this is Stead and Lemon Valley are the different lines there. But the teal line is the female tarsalises that we're getting in Lemon Valley. And you see there it's just over 1 on average that we're trapping per night. The danger level for increased disease transmission is when that female tarsalis population hits a level of 10 that we get overnight on average. So we're well below that level at this point up in the North Valleys. This is a chart of the Spanish Springs area. And in this one, you can see the green line is the highest number of female tarsalis that we're getting out there, and that's from where we're sampling, have the traps at Kiley Ranch. So still below that level of 10. These are traps that we've got at Rancho San Rafael and out by Hidden Valley. And the green line for this is at Fire Station 37 right next to Boynton Slough out in Hidden Valley. That's where we're getting the most female tarsalis in that area, just over 2 on average per night. And this is the South Reno area. And on this slide, it's the teal line is the DeMonte New Jersey light trap where we're getting the most female tarsalis, and again, just over 2 in this location. And then this is Washoe Valley, and this is where we're seeing a lot more mosquito activity occurring now. And on this chart, it's that teal line that we're seeing our highest female tarsalis counts coming from the Lewers Creek area, and that's between 8 and 9 per night that we're getting there currently. I would comment that we've been fortunate so far with the cool weather and the rain that we've been getting actually suppressing the mosquito population. So the weather has cooperated with us through the spring, but I think we see conditions are changing moving forward. I also wanted to point out that for all of these mosquitoes that we're trapping, we do submit these mosquitoes to the state ag lab, and they test them for the presence of Western equine encephalitis, St. Louis encephalitis, West Nile virus, and so far we've had no positive tests of mosquitoes in Washoe County that are carrying those diseases. We also do surveillance of catch basins. We have over 25,000 catch basins as part of our stormwater system, and the water that collects in those is a breeding location for mosquitoes as well. And here you see a slide of some of the larvae that we've collected out of those catch basins. So I mentioned that we have a prevention program. One of the things that we have is design standards for new developments, and those are intended to reduce occurrence or eliminate occurrence of ponding water that can be breeding habitat for mosquitoes and midges. And the picture on the left is a picture of new development with those design standards in place. The picture on the right is older area prior to those development standards with some of the situations that can occur without those things incorporated into planning. We also have mosquito fish, and we provide those free of charge to people that have ponds or other water features that aren't connected to other natural waterways. And those mosquito fish eat the larvae and suppress those mosquito populations. And people can get those just by giving us a call. We do treatment, and we have two different types of treatment. We have larviciding and adulticiding. And our preference is larviciding, and we do much more larviciding than adulticide. And that's because larviciding is environmentally benign. The larvicide is specific to the mosquito larvae, and it prevents them from maturing into adults. So it doesn't affect other species when it's applied. And this is usually a solid form of granules or pucks that we use. Pucks go in those catchment basements. The granules are what we use that are when we do our aerial applications. The adulticide is insecticide, and so we try to avoid using that insecticide because it's not species specific and it will kill other flying insects. We do use it, however, when we do have very high populations of those tarsalis females occurring in specific areas, and we also, when we have positive West Nile virus that are identified in specific areas. Those we do not use aerial applications for. Those are ground spraying that we do. We have been delayed in getting our aerial application going this year, and we issued a press release back May 25th to inform the community of the troubles that we had occurring. And we had a pilot and his company that we've been working with for over 30 years. We had a contract in place through December of this year. Excuse me. And we heard that he told us in late February that he was retiring and closing the business. So that's what we were told. And we've been working to secure a new aerial application, and there's a pilot that's purchased the helicopter that this person had been using, and we're working with them and we're hoping to fly soon, but they have to get their licensing and their insurance squared away before they can do the application. So in our press release, we put out that we were hoping to have our first application by the end of June or early July. End of June is not going to occur. We're still hopeful that early July we may be able to fly the helicopter and have the larvicide application occur. Also, we're working to expand our capability at the health district with the news that we didn't have the helicopter available. We're going down a dual path here, and we purchased a drone that we can use for larvicide applications in the future. But we're also not able to fly the drone yet because we're working with getting the FAA licensing and approval to be able to do that. But once we have that squared away, we'll have additional capability and resiliency at the health district for pursuing these applications and treatments in the future. And then lastly, I wanted to emphasize how important personal responsibility and personal protection is. And we work to educate the community on this every year of the importance of avoiding early morning and evening outdoor activities when there are more mosquitoes, to use approved mosquito repellents on clothing and exposed skin, to wear loose-fitting clothing and avoid areas if the mosquitoes are thick there, And also, everybody needs to take action on their own properties to try to eliminate standing waters that can be a breeding area for mosquitoes. So that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Dick and Mr. Manager, for pulling this presentation together so last minute. And I know it was a concern of this board, and so I really appreciate you taking the time. Vice Chair Herman, have you signed in?
Thank you, Madam Chair. While you're here, I just was curious if the name of the company was Alpine Helicopter that we had before.
I believe that's correct, yes.
Okay, I just was curious about that. And I sure hope you get the solution going soon, because there's a lot of them everywhere.
Well, thank you very much. We sure hope we can too.
Thank you. Commissioner Clark.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Dick, for your presentation. I think we've avoided a lot of issues just with the temperature and the water, as you pointed out. But I see in the morning news that we're supposed to hit triple-digit temperatures this weekend. So, Mother Nature's helped us thus far, but it looks like it could be something changing rapidly if we get these triple-digit temperatures where the larvae actually start hatching or moving into adulthood and flying around looking for something to eat. The frontline defense, though, has always been aerial spraying, right? I mean, you're talking about the fish can eat some and some pucks going out some other places and some other spraying, but the whole idea is to nip them when they're in the larva stage, so they don't mature and grow to full size and come after mammals. So, is that correct?
Yeah, I guess I would argue that that's a strategy. I think the frontline defense is people taking their own protective measures as well, because we're never going to eliminate all of the mosquitoes. The adulticide, though, is something that, or I'm sorry, the larvicide is something that is helpful in suppressing those mosquito populations. But I would also add, we are the only health district in Nevada that's regularly doing aerial applications for mosquito abatement. It's not something that's uniform that happens everywhere.
But we have been doing it, so people are used to it. If we just go freestyle and every man for a woman, for child for themselves, that's the way we can do it as well. But
our intention is not. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Sure. But I'll finish up my thought process is. People have become used to that around here. We've got and especially a year when we have heavy water. I mean, I see standing water. I had friends that I went to visit out in the Red Hawk area coming back next to Vista. It's half the size of a lake out there. There's a lot of water, standing water. And, from 70 years of going through mosquito cycle personally, we know that even a little bit of water in a tire in a backyard, any standing water, horse troughs, you name it. But with this abundance of water, the breeding is, and the temperature is increasing. The breeding of these pests are going to be a lot larger this year than most years. Just my guess. I'm not a scientist, but it just stands to reason that we're going to have a lot more when the weather heats up, when it finally does heat up with the all extra moisture on the ground. And personal defenses, empty out water around the house and, whatever you do around your house. But these are huge mosquitoes this year. I live down by 2 miles from Washoe Lake, and they're swarming. They're swarming around there now, and I can't imagine what's going to happen when the temperature increases. So my point is, reading this story, and it's supposedly fact-based on Pecan Media, that this fellow, the pilot, notified the county sometime in February that he wasn't going to be doing this in the future. So my question and my thought and why I want to know about this is, it seems like from February till now, we've had at least a head start on this, and I just want to know why something hasn't materialized, and that's my question.
All right. Well, first of all, let me agree with you. I think we do have the ingredients for having a lot of mosquitoes this year, and our intention isn't to stop with the aerial mosquito abatement, and that's what we're working to try to get in place. As far as why we haven't gotten it rolling since the notification late in February, We've been trying to find someone that can help us with that, and that's why we're pleased that this individual that's bought that helicopter intends to do that type of business. When we have put out to bid for these services in the past, I mentioned that the pilot that we've been working with him for over 30 years on these applications. When we had put this out for bid, other companies weren't interested in providing that service here, and the project size was just, I think, too small for them to consider to be transporting a helicopter up here to do that work. And so when we got this news, that's when we also started pursuing the drone to be able to do the application if we weren't able to secure a helicopter company to be able to come up here to do that. So now we're working on both fronts, but we have to have our FAA approval to fly the drone, and the pilot with the helicopter has to have his appropriate insurance and licensing to be able to do the applications here. So we're kind of stuck at this point until we get to that point where we can do the flights. And we put out the press release in May specifically because people have come to expect these aerial applications, and we wanted to inform the community of what was occurring. And so I don't think that there's any deception that's trying to go on or misinformation here. We heard what the pilot told us was that he was retiring and closing the business. Yesterday, I became aware of the lawsuit that had occurred in California. That was in regard to an insecticide application. It was handled in California by the California court system. We don't use the helicopter for insecticide application. We use it for larvicide.
Thank you, Mr. Dick. I don't want to be misunderstood. I need transparency. I'm not talking about deception. I'm not talking about willful deception. I'm just and not you. It's not you. I've never had an issue with your information, but it's just this type of thing that part of the story is told, and just give everybody the facts. When then we're all adults, we can deal with that. Charles de Gaulle, I don't know if many people in the room even know who Charles de Gaulle was, but president of France, and he had a saying, and I use it quite often. Graveyards are full of irreplaceable people. Think about that. This pilot retires. Somebody else on planet Earth, we've got over 8 billion people on planet Earth now, according to National Geographic. We got to find another pilot, and it could have started in February instead of January or June 27th. That's what I'm saying. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for your presentation. Any other commissioners have comments or questions? I'm not seeing any, and good luck with the drone program and finding that pilot, and continue the good work. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Mr. Manager, we'll now go into item 5.
Item 5 is an appearance by Dwayne Smith, Washoe County Engineering and Capital Projects Project Division Director, to provide an update regarding the Washoe County utility, including rate studies, facility planning efforts, capital projects, and regional collaboration opportunities.
Welcome, Mr. Smith.
Good morning, Board. Good morning, Chair, Manager. For the record, Dwayne Smith, Director of Engineering Capital Projects. Today, I wanted to provide you a brief but important update on Washoe County's utility, and to give you a look ahead on what staff will be bringing to you over the next few months for your consideration. There's a lot of activities going on. I wanted to touch on some specific things. I wanted to touch on some of our capital projects. I wanted to touch on the status of some of our regional utility planning efforts, and then linger a little bit on the connection fee and rate study. So just as a reminder, in support of all of our utility efforts, I want to affirm our approach is always to find the best way to resolve problems and at the lowest cost. And so our focus is always on the best approach, lowest cost, for the benefit of both our current utility customers and also for our future customers as well. So kind of touching base on the capital projects, these capital projects are fundamental to our utility. So the first one right there is our stem wharf expansion. This is about a $122 million project. We started this in 2017. A lot of planning effort went into this. We're right in the middle of construction. Thank you again for approving the last GMP, the Guaranteed Maximum Price contract. That was in about the $43 million range a few meetings ago, and this will carry us forward through completion in 2026. We still have some challenges with the project from procurement standpoint. There's still a lot of issues out there, labor costs, those pieces. But I will tell you, we've got an amazing team, and we're very well in the middle of it, and look forward again to implementing some of these elements that come through this project, which is to increase our water quality, lower our impact to the environment, and reduce our overall operating costs. Our current fiscal year budget for our overall utility for the capital projects is about $70 million, and our 5-year is over $150 million. So this is a big chunk of what this current fiscal year's capital budget is. Steamboat Lift Station, this is our largest lift station in the South Truckee Meadows. A lot of activity. Again, you approved the final steps in closing the escrow process for us a couple of meetings ago. We look forward to completing this project by the end of 2024. I want to draw your attention to our effluent master planning. So this is the item right there at the top. We've been really doing some good work in the South Truckee Meadows over the last number of years on how we manage effluent water. I will talk a little bit more detail that here at the end of this quick presentation for you. But I just really wanted to affirm that the planning work that we've been doing really affirms our approach to how we identify issues and subsequently deal with those cost-effective solutions and bringing the best opportunity for our customer. So planning efforts, I really wanted to emphasize that there's not just in engineering, not just in the capital projects, and not just in the delivery utility services, but we spend a lot of time on the planning efforts, both within our utility and working with our other partners, the City of Reno and City of Sparks. That second item is a phase 2 of some reclaim pipeline project to take reclaim water over to the Hidden Valley Golf Course. This is a project we've been talking with them about, as well as our regional park. So don't forget, I didn't put that on the slide here, but this project is the next phase in taking this precious resource over to both the golf course and to our regional park, so we can really help take that park to the next level as well. I just would quickly mention that Cold Springs water balance. So our facility planning efforts are in our 3 different service territories, of course, where the South Truckee Meadows is our largest, Lemon Valley is our smallest area, and Cold Springs is kind of our as we complete our projects in the South Truckee Meadows, our focus is starting to really go towards Cold Springs and prepping for the next levels of development there. And that water balance project is really important for us so that we can make the correct capital investments. I mentioned planning. This slide is really about the planning work. And there's 2 really big things that we're going through right now that we're working with both the City of Reno and with other partners. And that's the first item up here is really to look at how we and the City of Reno can realign our service territories with our collection systems and our wastewater treatment plants. So currently, we've got City of Reno customers in the South Truckee Meadows that flow to the South Truckee Meadows Water Reclamation Facility, our facility. There's challenges between paying fees, managing permits, making sure that all these pieces have been covered. It puts a lot of stress and a lot of challenge on staff. It's complicated for new developers because they don't know, do they walk into the county to pay for the fees? Do they connection fees? Do they walk into the city to pay these fees? How are we tracking these things becomes very, it really does become challenging for staff and for our customers. And of course, design standards. You know, if you're in the City of Reno, but you're ultimately sewering to our facility, which standard is it that you're using? And so we took the first step in the Cold Springs area a couple of years ago with the Stonegate development, where we entered into an agreement with the city to make sure that the sewer collection system within the annexed area of the City of Reno would become Washoe County's from day one. So we would review all the plans, We would be responsible for the collection system. We would receive the flows. We would treat those flows, be responsible for the management of the effluent, and be responsible for the billing of the customers. This is very much in alignment with what Tumwa does. Tumwa is a regional water purveyor, not specifically Washoe County, not specifically City of Sparks or the City of Reno, but they're there for all of us. Very much in this approach, even though there might be a City of Reno customer that's receiving sewer service, it's our collection system, our treatment plant, our responsibility. And we want to do that also in the Lemon Valley area. So the Lemon Valley area, we have a small treatment plant. That treatment plant has been functioning very well. It has not had the kind of some of the reported problems that we've had. I want to assure you that we meet our permit conditions and our permit requirements for our Lemon Valley wastewater treatment plant. But the fact of the matter is that there are additional costs that we have to put into that, both to protect it from flooding. So, we've spent a lot of money out in Lemon Valley over the last number of years protecting infrastructure facilities, our residents, but also our treatment plant from flooding issues. I also want to draw your attention to the fact that NDEP, the Nevada Division of Environmental Protection, is really going through a process to bring the permitting standards for all treatment plants in the state of Nevada to the same levels, the same requirements. And while, again, we meet all of our permit requirements, we can see a point down the road where we'd have to expend a lot of money in our Lemon Valley area to change some of its operating processes. So because of these reasons, we've been focused on how to eliminate the Lemon Valley plant, replace it with a lift station and a force main, and convey both existing flows and future flows over to the City of Reno's Stead facility for treatment and management. So much like what we did in Cold Springs, where we took that responsibility, we want to kind of flip it around in the Lemon Valley area and go through this process. So I will mention to you that there will be some items brought for your consideration over the next number of months to affect this I think, really logical approach and result. As we're doing this, I want to back up to that first point, the first bullet there, where it says deferral policy modification. So as part of that service area transfer, one of the things that occurred back in 2014 with the downturn in the economy was that you, the Board of County Commissioners, deferred the sewer connection fees for new development to the certification of occupancy, the last step where a developer builds a house, sells the house, and gets that final permit. We deferred the payment of those connection fees to that point. It continues to create problems with the tracking. It creates problems on a Friday afternoon when a developer says, hey, I want to sell this house and I want my C of O. Well, even though we're here till 5 o'clock in the evening on Fridays, there's still multiple steps in the process that have to occur. And so these create challenges and problems for us. So as part of this service area transfer work, I do intend to bring back a consideration for you to change our deferral process, not from C of O, and not at the beginning at the tentative and final map process. That's too early as well, but at building permit. That's what we're all working toward. So the third piece of information I wanted to update you on today was our connection fee and user rate study. So, just really reaffirming that the capital program and the planning is funded through the enterprise fund. This is not funded through the general fund. So last year I came, and Commissioner Hill and Commissioner Herman, you were here. I gave you an update and focused on effluent management and what the costs and what the approaches for that effluent management were. And Chair Hill, you had identified some additional fiscal concerns that you had. And of course, we took those in, but we were also waiting for our final GMP for the stem wharf expansion, that $43 million piece. We didn't know exactly what that was going to be, and also what some of our increased operating costs look like. Remember, we're dealing with inflation. We're dealing with higher fees really across the board. So we wanted to capture all of that into the final version of a connection and user fee study. So what you see here is the schedule to bring you that, and we will be coming back to you in August of this year, just in a couple of months on the 22nd, and we'll present you with our consultant the recommendations for the utility's new user rates and connection fees. We've got the draft report in now. We're going through the final details, reviewing that, making those final adjustments. Some key points that are coming out of this. We're going to be able to maintain our existing user rates. I mentioned this to you before. This was a big piece of what we were looking at. How do we maintain that level of service and still recognize the ratepayers and not raise their rates for the services that we're doing? And we're being successful in doing that. What we do need to do is increase the connection fees for new development. You know that the city of Reno has gone through that connection fee increase, that some of their fees were increased by almost double, in some cases over double. I will tell you that we're working on the final numbers for what our new connection fee will be per equivalent residential unit, ERU. It will not be double, but it might be in the 40 to 45% increase. So we'll definitely go up. We intend to recommend to you the removal of reclaim water rates and merge. I use the term merge, but I want to be clear, to operate both the reclaim and the sewer utility really under one umbrella and one cost structure and capitalize upon those savings. And through that process, we'll need to go through and update our ordinances that drive that. So in August, on the 22nd, when we come back to you, we're also going to ask for your approval on that, and we're going to initiate the business impact statement. Anytime we raise rates per NRS following the requirements, we go out into our community and we talk with them, make sure that they understand why we're recommending a connection fee increase, and go through that process. Again, only raising connection fees, not raising user rates. Those stay the same. My goal is to get this all completed with your help by the end of this calendar year. I put asterisks next to the first reading on November 14th and the second on December 12th because I know there's a lot of information, and I want the opportunity to bring you along through this process. You may have questions, you may want to meet on the side, so I wanted to let you know what my schedule is, but also that we have to be pragmatic. So this work that we've been doing, to really focus on our capital projects, to plan for our future, making the best decisions possible, we really need that user rate study and that connection fee study updated. And I will tell you that our commitment is to go through this on a 5-year cycle, and make sure that we're always staying in front of that. But our current fees, and I just wanted to quickly wrap up here. Our current connection fees are $5,850. My apologies on that second bullet up there. I put $5,800. It's really $5,850. Our current connection fees go up by $50 per year. Our current user fees go up by the CPI. So, as we again go through this process of raising the connection fee, we'll probably eliminate that increase by that $50 per year because we're doing such a good job on that outlook. We don't need to kind of hedge our bets, so to speak. We will increase our user rates by the CPI annually. So I just want to be real clear, while we're not doing an overall recommendation for increasing our user fees by some large number, we do have our built-in CPI increases every year, which customers have been paying every year since we've been doing this. So as part of that connection fee and user rate study and my recommendation to eliminate the reclaimed water rates, I just really quickly wanted to remind you the benefits for the enhanced increase of effluent, specifically in the South Turkey Meadows. So again, I went through this presentation with you about a year and a half ago, how to maximize reclaimed water, how to encourage and incentivize our existing customers to use more, create opportunities for new customers, all the while preserving our Truckee River water and our Nevada groundwater for drinking water and higher purposes. So again, this user rate study really helps set the stage for how we move forward into the future. But zeroing out of the reclaimed water rates is one of the big parts of this strategy. that second bullet there, that staff recommendation just really reaffirms what I just said. You know, managing the reclaim and the sewer utility under one umbrella, capitalizing on those efficiencies, removing the reclaim water rates and user fees, and developing that uniform connection fee, that new connection fee. So I just wanted to, again, a couple of takeaways. Make sure that you're up to speed on some of our large capital projects. Appreciate your continued support as we move through these processes. These are big dollar items, but we've been planning effectively for these things as we've gone, you look back, and that's again what our connection fees do for us. I just look forward to coming back on August 22nd with the actual presentation for the user rate and connection fee study. I look forward to a detailed conversation, and I'll be prepared to answer those more specific questions of how the recommendations that we're making and how we're going to move forward into the future under those rate structures. And again, I just look forward to these future discussions on these items, and I wanted to give you a brief update today and kind of set the stage for what you will be seeing over the next 6 months or so. So thank you.
Thank you. And I really look forward to having those conversations more in depth with all the information at hand. But I am excited about expanding our reclaimed water services to our community. So that is very exciting. Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to find out a little bit more about the connection fees, the development connection fees. How did the county come up to, how did your department come up with the decision to increase the connection fees? Number one, and a follow-up with that is, if the connection fees are about $5,800 now, and we're not going to raise them a full 50%, but it could be 40 to 45%. That means we're looking at about a $2,600 connection increase on the connection fees. We've got a housing shortage here. Housing affordability is non-existent. This is doing everything the wrong way. Why do we need to do this now? The interest rates are through the roof. The development costs are through the roof. It looks like we're putting this on the developers' back. And of course, in a capitalistic society that we live in, and the developers pass it on to the citizens, the purchasers. So this looks like another hidden tax for the citizens in a struggling economy. Why do we have to do this now?
So if I can, through the chair, kind of address some of the comments that Commissioner Clark identified. First of all, we have not raised the connection fees. That will be ultimately your decision. I will be making that recommendation based on the study and based on the need for the future of the utility. Much like the city of Reno went through and did their connection fee increases, this is based on ever-increasing capital costs to provide for the capacity to treat and to manage both our wastewater and our reclaimed water. Unfortunately, these costs are not decreasing. We see it across the board. I think, Commissioner Clark, you just identified in this environment that we have, everything is costing more. I'm really happy for the fact that we've gone through this process, and it's taken a little bit extra time, but what we've really done is tried to turn over every stone and look at everything from if not two different directions, maybe even three different directions. And I think that's what we owe our ultimately our development community, because they are the ones that are paying that initially. But you're right. It's the customers that are buying those homes at the end of the day. So if we can minimize those fees as much as possible, but yet provide the highest levels of service necessary to meet our permit requirements and the future of our utility, that's really our goal. And that was that commitment slide that I had up there as the second slide. That's the commitment that this utility takes when we're looking at these fee increases. We don't take this lightly. That's why it's been over a year and a half and waiting for some of the final numbers to come in with the STEMWRF expansion and with some of these operating fees. So I'm with you. I'm not happy to have to ever raise fees. I'm happy that we don't have to raise our user fees. That's a big deal. Those are our existing customers. Those are the people that are writing their checks every quarter or every month. I'm not happy to have to raise fees or make the recommendation to you to raise fees for the connection. But that's unfortunately the environment we live in, the cost of infrastructure.
Thank you. I've got some people here today that are trying to build affordable housing. It's in the city of Reno, but not in the county. But in their case, their development just went up an extra $26,000. So, and they're trying to build affordable housing. So it impacts. This impacts people. This isn't just numbers on a piece of paper. So that's my concern. Thank you.
Thank you. And any other commissioners? I am having problems with my screen. I think everyone else is, but so if you are interested in speaking, I'm not seeing that anyone else is. So looking forward to the update and having that conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Manager, we are now going on to consent items. And I know we have a few donations that I want to point out. Are there any commissioners who want to pull any items from the consent agenda? Yes, Commissioner Clark?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm interested in moving two items for discussion, 6G1 and 6G3.
Well, I think I'm going to highlight those and we'll have public comment. Are you, or do you want to just pull them off to have separate votes on them?
Separate votes, separate comments, yes.
Okay. Any other commissioners have items that they would like to pull from the consent? I'm not seeing any.
Well, I just got back.
Oh, you're fine.
12 and 13.
12, we are not quite there.
Okay.
Yes, we are still on consent. Commissioner Clark has asked to pull items 6G1 and 6G3.
Okay.
And I would like to point out, since 6G1 and 6G3 will be pulled, I can put out a comment on 6G2. Commissioner Garcia is recommending special district funds of $8,600, $1,600 to the Reno Housing Authority, $1,500 to Awaken, $1,500 to Girl Scouts of the Sierra Nevada, $1,500 to the Holland Project, $1,500 to Casa Latina, and $1,000 to Catholic Charities of Northern Nevada Food Pantry. So thank you for making sure that those organizations have our support at Washoe County. With that, I'm looking for a motion to approve the consent agenda minus 6G1 and 6G3.
So moved.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Andriola, and a second by Commissioner Garcia. Any questions on the motion? And Madam Clerk, looking for public comment.
Our system is down, so we need a minute to get this back up.
Okay.
I don't have the names.
Okay.
Just a moment.
We will take a short break. Calling the County Commission Board back to order. And before you call our first names, Madam Clerk, DA Edwards, if you could just clarify the rules of public comment so folks know how to engage today.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Give me just one moment. My screen is not fully cycled up yet.
sorry
so
about that.
That's okay. I've got the paper copy here. So as the agenda provides, there are limitations on public comment. The first of which obviously is the 3-minute limit for each speaker, which is established by the timer. Viewpoints are not restricted. However, reasonable restrictions may be imposed upon the time, place, and manner of speech. Irrelevant statements, unduly repetitious statements, and personal attacks that would objectively antagonize or incite others are examples of speech that may be reasonably limited, and all comments are to be directed to the commission as a whole.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. So with that in mind, and also this is on consent, so you'll need to direct your comments to an actual consent item on the agenda. It's not general public comment. I will go to Madam Clerk to call our first person.
Christine Ho?
Oh, are you speaking on the pulled item? Yes, please wait on that.
Next is Amy Turner.
Okay.
G1. Scott Finley.
The whole
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Mr. Finley has some documents which we will place on the record.
Thank you.
Pass out to the board.
Thank you.
Please enter my comment and these documents into the record per NRS 241. My name is Scott Finley. I am a resident of Washoe County and have a military background in the financial management and comptroller career field of the United States Air Force. Whoever is responsible for the agenda description on specific consent items and resolutions should not quit their day job. If it is the responsibility of a commissioner, then they should do everyone a favor and resign. NRS 244.1505 Section 3 states, a grant or donation to a nonprofit organization created for religious, charitable, or educational purposes, and a donation to a governmental entity pursuant to this section must be made by resolution. Again, a donation to a governmental entity pursuant to this section must be made by resolution. Item 6G2 states Commissioner Garcia recommends a $1,600 grant to the Reno Housing Authority, a governmental entity in the form of a public body, corporate, and politic for municipal purposes. Item 6G3 states Commissioner Garcia recommends a $1,000 grant to the Sun Valley General Improvement District, a governmental entity and a body, corporate and public, and a quasi-municipal corporation. The difference between A grant and donation is a grant is for a specific purpose with specific terms and conditions, while a donation is freely given away to be used at the recipient's discretion. This is a highly important distinction and provides the logic behind why the statute's language is specific in that the Board of County Commissioners can only give donations to a governmental entity pursuant to this section, and that such donations must be made by resolution. The Commission needs to implement a system separating nonprofit entities and governmental entities from one another when creating consent items. For example, hypothetical consent item 6Y1 would strictly contain the recommendations of grants and donations for nonprofit organizations, while the hypothetical consent item 6Y2 would strictly contain the recommendations of donations for governmental entities. For these reasons, the Board of County Commissioners needs to reread NRS 244.1505, not approve items 6G2 or 6G3, and consider implementing the above suggested method in separating the recommendations made for nonprofit organizations and governmental entities under the consent items. Thank you.
Thank you.
Christina Ugalde.
Hello, thank you, County Commissioners, for having us here today. My name is Christina Ugalde, and I am the Executive Director of the Down Syndrome Network of Northern Nevada. And we have been incredibly touched by Commissioner Clark's recommendation of a $5,000 grant to our network. Our network is a small nonprofit that runs with 2 part-time staff, a board of directors with direct links to the Down syndrome community, wonderful volunteers, and kind donors like yourselves. Our mission is to create a positive understanding of Down syndrome while providing information, education, and support to our families. We envision a community where all members are valued for their uniqueness, respected for their contributions, and assured the opportunity and choice to create their own path to fulfillment and success. This grant will help support us in our mission in so many ways. Coming out of COVID in 2022, our network had 2 programs, Family Service Coordination and Club 21, which is a club for individuals with Down syndrome ages 14 and older. A year later, we now have 9 programs to help support our families. These include the Catarinizo Medical Outreach Program, a resource library, ability awareness presentations, Lucky Socks by the Lucky Few, Wiggle, Giggle, and Learn, which is as fun as it sounds, the Spare Chromies Bowling League, and the Hangout. All of these programs are run on a shoestring budget, so let's talk about really what $5,000 means to us. We can pay our staff to run the day program for 1 whole year with $5,000. We can do 20 family day activities with $5,000. We could do 20 Club 21 events with $5,000. We can provide 227 hours of family service coordination with $5,000. This money is going to do so much good for our network and our families. But besides the financial impact that this will have on our organization, let me tell you about the emotional impact that it will have on the Down syndrome community. I have a nephew who has Down syndrome, so this is especially important to me and my family. For our staff, it means that the countless hours that we work, not to mention what we live, breathe, and sleep, thinking about all of our families, because it's not just, I do have an actual family member, but all of the families are our families. We love them and support all of them. And all of these hours are paying off. We are making a difference, and people are taking note and joining us in the mission. To our board, it means easing their minds of not what we may or may not be able to keep in our budget for next year. But most importantly, to our families, it means that they are being seen. Their elected officials recognize the value of supporting their loved ones, and to them that means the world. We all need to feel like we belong in our community, and today you're saying, yes, you belong. So thank you so much for your time and your consideration for this grant.
Thank you.
Next is Jeff Staffelbach.
Yeah, hello. This has to do with 6D1. Hello, my name is Jeff Staffelbach. I'd just like to state that I love classic vehicles. I have 3, and I'm a member of 3 different car clubs in the area. My address is 983 Yellowhammer Court in Sparks, Nevada. I'm also a past president of one of the clubs. My house is at the northwest corner of Yellowhammer Court and Golden Eye Parkway. I've lived there for 7 years. I am here to tell you and ask for your support on curbing the excessive speeding in our area. One of the worst streets for this is Golden Eye Parkway. The maximum speed limit is posted at 25 miles an hour. Very rarely do the drivers abide by that. Coming west on Golden Eye Parkway forward towards my corner is a blind corner. From the street Kinglet heading west on Golden Eye Parkway to the stop sign at Nightingale is almost a mile. In that span, there are no crosswalks or stop signs. My house is located in the middle of that stretch. Many times a day do I witness cars, trucks, and motorcycles traveling at high rates of speed. I have 7 grandchildren who like to play wiffle ball in our backyard. If the ball goes over the fence, we do not allow them to get it, even though the eldest is 12 years old. An adult retrieves it. I have gone to the sheriff's office, filed a complaint, and also have done it online. I have done this many times. Recently, the sergeant in charge of Motor Patrol called me about my concerns. The only thing he made clear was how his patrol could not do speed control on Golden Eye. There wasn't enough personnel. At one time, hoses were stretched across Golden Eye to monitor the speeds. On the first day, they were cut and thrown to the side of the road. About 5 months ago, I saw, for the first time in 7 years, 2 Motor Patrol officers at the corner of Turtle Dove and Golden Eye. In the span of 15 to 20 minutes, they were there. They handed out 2 tickets for drivers running stop signs. And then they left. This was not during the high traffic time. I would like to ask your support to have this remedied.
Thank you, sir. We'll have staff come and speak to you. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Next is Andrea Washington.
Hi, I'm Andrea Washington, and I'm the program director from Awaken. And we just want to thank you so much for this donation. This donation helps us with special events that we put on for our clients. Our youth clients specifically that we work with who have been trafficked, they have missed out on a lot of childhood experiences. And so for tomorrow night, for example, we have 3 youth who, even in all of their healing and what they've been through, they decided to go back to school and get their GEDs. So for them, we want to give them the same experience of what a graduation looks like. And so tomorrow night, we bought them caps and gowns, and they're going to get up on stage with their friends, family, and mentors, and we get to celebrate what they've been through and the huge accomplishment. So this donation and the money that you help pour towards it goes through giving them back those childhood experiences. And so I just thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next is Penny Brock.
Penny Brock for the record. First of all, happy 4th of July. I was rather sad that there was not a proclamation today in the honor of the birth of our nation and our freedom. First of all, I would like to go on the record that I object to having 9 pages of consent items that y'all are going to vote on in a block vote. This is an infringement of our First Amendment right of freedom of speech and to redress our government, which in this case is you, our 5 county commissioners. So I would ask that you think maybe not have 9 pages of consent items. There's several here that many of us would like to speak on, but we can only talk once on one item. So I am concerned about item 6E1, which has to do with a resolution levying tax rates. I'm concerned about this. I didn't get a chance to look at the attachments, and they're not provided in the back. So I don't know if this pertains to raising our property taxes, but if it is, I have great concern about that. You've already heard the sewer department is going to be raising our rates. And then if you put the added burden, we already know in July our property taxes are going to be going up. I know that NRS provides you can do this, but I don't know that you have to do that. We are in a climate of inflation. We know that our young families, often working 2 and 3 jobs, are struggling to feed their families, their children. I'm concerned about our seniors on fixed income. We know a lot of them can't work anymore. They're having to choose between buying groceries and buying their medications. Many of them are giving up the only companion they have, their puppies or their kitties. You're asking them, those on fixed income and struggling families, to pay more in property taxes. I don't feel it's justified. You just approved over $1 billion budget for 480,000 population. I spoke before you when you approved that, and many of the light items, they're not disclosing what it's for. You're giving more money to nonprofits. That shouldn't even be in our budget. That should be a responsibility of individuals to give to nonprofits they want. That is not the job of government. Find it in our Constitution where the founders said the job of government was to give to nonprofits. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Val White.
Me?
Val White.
Is this 6G1? No, this is 6. Okay, well, I can speak on 6G1 as well.
Do you have a particular item in consent that you would like to speak to?
If I can speak on 6, well, okay, but I want G1, G2, 3 as well. Sign me up for all of them. I will piggyback on the previous speaker and mark my opposition to the donations that are being given to various entities and nonprofits. Unfortunately, many nonprofits are being used as agents of what I believe is illegal activity. This board should not be giving donations to nonprofits. Nonprofit status gives nonprofits tax benefits. That's how they get special treatment from the government. This board should not be giving additional monies, because those additional monies to the various nonprofits and organizations you give to is, let's be honest, it's vote buying. You're buying votes, or you're buying quid pro quo. You're having them receive some of your money, and then they will do work for you later when you need them. It's our money, excuse me, I misstated that, taxpayer money. So I'm opposed to all of these grants. Now, the previous speaker, Down syndrome, Awaken, I support those. They're wonderful. But I don't support everything that you give money to, that you give our money to. And I shouldn't have to pay that. I shouldn't have to support those organizations that work against me. That's it.
Thank you.
Next is Valerie Fianaka.
Valerie Fianaka for the record. I'd like to ditto on Val White and also on Scott. I wasn't going to speak on this issue, but you really need to look at some of these things that you're giving to Mary Lou's in particular. Two of these, Awaken is an absolutely fabulous group. They're people, they rescue people who are trafficked, but one of the people that you're giving to, or one of the groups that you're giving to, actually traffics people. So it's like give on one hand, take on the other. You need to do some research on those groups. And you are absolutely...
Please address the commission as a whole.
Yes,
Ms.
ma'am.
Fiannaca.
Okay, I can do that. Thank you, Alexis. And once again, social justice warrior. You are absolutely a social justice warrior group. And that's not where we want to go. And we don't want to give our money to all these groups. And I've spoken about that many, many times. We don't consent to having our money doled out this way. That money should all go back into the pool, and it should be in the budget. There should be none of this handing out of money. It puts you all in a precarious position. It puts you all in a weird position as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you.
Next is Catherine Snedeker.
For the record, I'm Catherine Snedeker, a non-person, non-resident, unenfranchised, natural-born American woman. You want to raise the property taxes. We don't get any benefit where I live from the property taxes we pay. We get nothing from this county. We don't have fire protection. We don't have the simplest of little things. There's no clinic out there. There could be, but you might go out to Gerlach to put one in, but not Palomino Valley. Property tax, you want to raise my property tax? I'm currently investigating everything I can to stop that. And I'm very close, and you'll get a surprise.
Thank you.
No one else has signed in.
Okay. With that, we have a motion on the table and a second. Any comments on the motion to approve the consent minus 6G1 and 6G3 for further discussion? Seeing none. Yes, Commissioner Garcia.
Madam Chair, just a clarification on 6G2 regarding the Reno Housing Authority. That was to support a new summer senior fitness program as requested by Corey Fisher, the Director of Resident Services. So it's not to the agency or organization as a whole. It's for seniors who will have access to fitness.
Thank you for clarifying. And I know that the DA was very comfortable with how that was agendized. So with a motion and a second, any other further comment by commissioners? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And I'm not seeing the screen. Oh, it doesn't come up for consent. That's right. So that motion passes. Thank you so much. We will now be moving to item 6G1. And Commissioner Clark, you pulled this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank so many people who have taken their time out of their day to attend this commission meeting and to comment on received commission district special fund disbursements from me. Well, I'm happy to help each of you, and I only wish it was more. It's not my money. These are taxpayers' dollars, so you need to thank them. I only have this money to be directed to you due to the taxpayers, and I want to take the opportunity to ask Washoe County taxpayers and residents to feel free to email me or call me with the names of organizations that are often overlooked. You think need to be recognized with some of these funds. I must thank Alexandra Wilson for her help. She kept prodding me to get this done, but what I was taking me so long to do is I tried to figure out and find groups that had not had funds dispersed to them from this body. Well, I think Soulful Seeds, Awaken, Nevada Water Innovation Institute, Latino Art are all wonderful organizations. They've all received money from more than one commissioner. And I realized the commissioner gave money to We the People, a donation earlier this year. And today the Girl Scouts of Sierra Nevada are also getting taxpayer dollars from Commissioner Garcia and myself. I want to appreciate giving I want to appreciate giving money in a second or third time when warranted, and I know We the People's in great needs of funds, so I'll direct some money to them. But an additional plug, hopefully somebody in the community will also step forward and help some of these nonprofits that the county's helping. I just wanted to say one more thing. Well, I think it's great that we disperse this money. I also don't want any credit for it. Thank the taxpayers. I've been shown thanks from some organizations who post the name of the commissioner who gave money and leave it up on their website. Well, I think it's great to thank the taxpayers. I think it's a little disingenuous to thank the to post things about the electeds. It isn't our money. It's money that has been directed, that we are allowed to direct, but it's taxpayer money. So just wanted to get that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Any other commissioner comments on 6G1? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
First, we have Christine Hull.
Hi, good morning. Thank you, Chair Hill and Commissioners Herman, Clark, Garcia, and Andriola for your generosity today to all of the nonprofits. And as a taxpayer of Washoe County, I really appreciate that. And thank you, Commissioner Clark, for recommending and for clarifying that these are taxpayer dollars. For the record, my name is Christine Hull. I'm the Nevada Center for Civic Engagement Program Director. I'm also a native of Washoe County. I was born just down the street at Washoe Medical Center. I come to you today as a proud member of this community, and I'm so honored to represent the Nevada Center for Civic Engagement. The Nevada Center for Civic Engagement believes that providing opportunities for all of our children to engage in high-quality, inquiry-driven learning supports the growth of skills and the development of dispositions that will prepare our students for college and careers in the 21st century. Our professional learning supports teachers to lead in highly engaging, in-depth social studies programs like We the People, The Citizen and the Constitution, National History Day in Nevada, Project Citizen Community Engagement and Public Policy, and Law Day. We teach students to do this work that everyone is here today, to engage in our communities, to be residents in your community, to be active participants. And your generosity and our taxpayers' generosity will help us to develop our next generation of the people in this room, which is a really beautiful thing. And so we thank you so much for helping us to do that. Recently, the results from the 2022 administration of the National Assessment of Educational Progress, the NAEP, grade 8 showed that students demonstrated proficiency that was 22% in civics and 14% in history. So this donation helps us to bridge that gap. We cannot have only a quarter of our students knowing our history and how to engage in public affairs. So we thank you so much. At the heart of social studies education is the goal that the next generation of young people will be informed, active, and responsible community members, as well as global citizens who can appreciate the past, understand the present, and impact the future. What you have all done today by supporting our mission to provide inquiry-driven civic education for the next generation is immeasurable. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Next is Amy Turner.
Good morning. My name is Amy Turner. My friend Sandra Unsworth established a nonprofit, the Robert Unsworth Foundation, after the tragic death of her son in 2021. Sandra's son, Robert, was a nationally ranked tennis player that had a love of the game that was unsurpassed. He was a dancer on the tennis courts. After his death, she established this foundation to give children less fortunate than he was the opportunity to play his beloved game. Sandra could not be present today and sent me in her place to accept the donation to the Robert Unsworth Foundation on Commissioner Clark's recommendation, and we thank you. The Foundation's mission statement is to support tennis instruction, mentoring, and equipment for youth from communities that do not traditionally play tennis. In this vein, the foundation hosted 3 days the week of May 5th through 7th, partnering with Washoe County Human Services Agency, focusing on foster children, Big Brothers, Big Sisters, and our local Boys and Girls Club. We want to thank you for the donation that will enable us to host a youth tennis days for the fall of 2023, and we hope that Washoe County will again help us promote these youth days, as you did in the spring.
Thank you.
Kelly George.
Good morning. My name is Kelly George, and I'm the Executive Director with Opportunity Alliance Nevada, and we've been working in Reno and Washoe County since 2004. And our mission is financial stability for all Nevadans. We've been working with a lot of people who've been struggling financially through the COVID crisis in navigating their unemployment, navigating the guidelines for evictions, helping them navigate that. Went right into the eviction courts to help keep people in their homes. So our efforts are to work with community-based organizations in collaboration in moving the needle on poverty in our community. And by doing that together, then we can actually, again, be able to collect more data and really determine if collectively within our community, are we really making a change, and if not, why? And what can we do to begin to remove the barriers that keep people in poverty in our community? We do that in several different ways, through financial education, in having volunteer financial navigators work one-on-one with individuals at no cost to put together a household saving and spending plan. And we also work collectively with our community-based organizations and their clients in building bridges for people to really understand that poverty is more than just balancing a checkbook. There are a lot of other resources that people need to begin to move out of poverty. And collectively, we can have conversation and determine what those barriers are and how can we remove those barriers and help those people that are really affected by the racial equity gap in our communities and that are living in our designated opportunity zones. So your generous donations that you are considering today truly not only impacts nonprofits in this community, but really the people who live here and want to remain here. Thank you for your time.
Marilyn York.
Good afternoon, good morning, whatever we're at. Of course, I feel like I was in court and I just got caught texting. Hi, thank you, board, so much. I'm here to thank Commissioner Clark, even though he told me not to, for directing taxpayer funds to Nevada Youth Empowerment Project, or NYEP, as we like to call it. I'm the board president of the organization and have been for, I don't even know how long. I've been involved since 2010. We are a housing program for 18 to 24-year-old girls who are otherwise homeless. We house them, we get them to graduate from high school or its equivalents. We help them save enough money to move out and obtain a living wage, which we have determined, last I heard, about $13 an hour. We help them get a program or a certificate, typically, to obtain that kind of work so that they can move out on their own and be productive members of society. We are one of the only local charities who track all of our outcomes. If you are interested in our outcomes or touring our home, we'd love to show it to you. We can house 15 girls at a time. We own our home. We are currently partnering with our sister charity, who is up next, I believe, Truckee Meadows Housing Solutions, to build a Gen Den affordable housing site. We just broke ground this week. And so our graduates will be able to move into that home. We have another off-site affordable housing as well for our graduates, where they have subsidized housing so they can get to the next step and avoid permanent poverty. We appreciate the $5,000 donation that was directed to us from taxpayer money so much. It's really helpful. Every dollar will go to help these youth achieve success. We take willing and capable youth. We work with other organizations, of course, for placement and services, and we've had a very long, successful track record, thanks in no small part to our director, Monica Dupay, who you've probably seen here. And so it is my honor and pleasure to accept this donation from the taxpayers and promise that this money will go for very useful purposes and a very long way. And all of our information is at nyep.org. That's our website if you want to see anything to do with the organization. Again, we welcome the community. It's really important to give to the programs that have outcomes. We put a lot of resources locally and taxpayer resources into shelters, which is emergent and important, but we can't get people out of shelters without programs like ours and back into the working community, and youth are our most hopeful population. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Val White.
Item 6G1 deals with many nonprofits receiving county monies, at least 15 of them in this item. Many nonprofits have admirable goals and measures, agendas, but many don't, and I have a problem gifting taxpayer money to them. I was a member of a teachers union for many years. The union gave monies to candidates and causes throughout the year. The problem is that not all of the donations went to candidates or nonprofits or causes that all teachers believed in or supported, so there was a solution. Teachers could choose not to be a union member, but still pay the union dues because they would, of course, benefit from the representation that the unions gave them. But at the end of the year, they could take a portion of those dues that represented the amount that was donated by the union, and they could redirect those donations to nonprofits or other causes that they believed in and supported. Right now, as a taxpayer, I'm being forced to have my taxpayer money support nonprofits that I don't believe in. The label nonprofit is not a holy word, and not all nonprofits are equal. Everything nonprofits do isn't holy, and isn't always worthy, and it isn't always good. Some nonprofits actually use our taxpayer monies to indoctrinate and train social justice warriors to undermine our republic, couching their mission using terms such as civic engagement. I've seen what happens in those classrooms where they're teaching them about our civics. Either stop giving my taxpayer donations to nonprofits or allow me as a taxpayer the ability to direct where any donations go. I have a special interest in election integrity, and I've done many years of research how elections are manipulated. Some nonprofits are nothing but non-governmental agents and tools for committing fraud. They enable some members of this board and our city council to simply buy votes and pay for some possibly illegal acts by these nonprofits. Acts such as illegal ballot harvesting and fraudulently collecting, completing, and inserting ballots into our elections. If the commissioners wish to support nonprofits, they should donate their own money, as I already do, and they can go urge the public to donate to those entities. Just stop giving them taxpayer monies. Put it online as well, where those monies are going. I've heard Commissioner Clark say today that some of these nonprofits are getting it multiple times. I want to see it published in a public place so we can know, an annual, how much they're getting annually.
Thank you.
Britton Griffith.
Good morning, Chair Hill and esteemed members of our County Commission. I am Britton Griffith. For the record, I was also born up the street in Washoe Med. I am here today to express my profound appreciation and gratitude to Commissioner Clark for his recommendations, to our taxpayers for our instrumental Truckee Meadows Housing Solutions donation. This generous funding will go towards the development of a small-scale, intergenerational housing complex that aims to provide 10 clean and safe residential units units for true low-income seniors and young adults in our community. We have affectionately named this the Gen Den. The vision of this project is not limited to merely providing housing, but to create an intentional, collaborative community culture. This project is going to transform a blighted property located on 4th Street, west of Keystone, into a vibrant and healthy community that instills a sense of pride in both the residents and the neighborhood and our community. It is a remarkable initiative that will uplift the lives of those in the very low income range, offering them safe and true affordable housing while fostering a safe and sense of belonging. With the financial support received today, Truckee Meadows Housing Solutions will be able to offset the costs that otherwise would be passed down directly to the renters. This critical funding ensures that tenants will pay no more than $500 a month income of their rent, relieving them the burden of the exorbitant housing expenses that we've heard about today and is deep in our community. It is an extraordinary commitment to affordable housing that demonstrates Commissioner Clark's deep understanding of the challenges faced by very low-income individuals and families in our communities and true solutions to fix them that are accountable. The 10 apartment homes each span approximately 400 square feet. They're designed to accommodate the essential needs of their residents. The units will consist of an entry foyer, a comfortable living and dining area, a bedroom, bathroom, small terrace, and creates a space that people can actually call a home. Age and income qualifications will be digitally verified to ensure that those in need are represented and prioritized. Commissioner Clark's recommendation today does not only aid in providing clean and safe residential units, but also demonstrates his commitment to fostering a sense of community, dignity, and pride among those who will call this intergenerational housing complex a home. By investing in this project, Commissioner Clark, this body, and our taxpayers are laying the foundation for a more inclusive, compassionate community, compassionate commerce, one that involves and supports its most vulnerable members. In conclusion, I want to express my deepest gratitude to Commissioner Clark, to everyone on this body and in our community, and I hope that all of you will reach out and learn more about both Nevada Youth Empowerment Project and this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Emilio Vaca.
Good morning. It's still morning. I was hoping I'd take a little longer, make it noon. But first and foremost, my name is Emilio Vaca. I'm the Public Information Officer for the Great Basin Chaplain Corps. And I want to just first start with thank you, all 5 of you, for taking the time to serve our county. I know it comes at a cost. I know it comes with the pain and the struggle, as I've been sitting here for the last almost 2 hours hearing some of the comments. And so I just want to just say thank you for also doing the act of service. And I know you're not, oftentimes not compensated for all the things that you have to do when you go back home. So just want to just thank you for that. On behalf of the Chaplain Corps and our command staff and the 40 plus volunteer chaplains that we have, we want to just say thank you for the recommendation. I know that you were really explicit on saying that it wasn't you, but you, along with the other 4, are also advocates. Call it chaplains, call it whatever you want to call it, but you're advocating on behalf of the taxpayers. And so on behalf of them and behalf of you, I just want to say thank you for considering the recommendation from Commissioner Clark to have the Great Basin Corps get $2,500 towards that, towards what we're doing. What we end up doing is we are the spiritual EMTs, the paramedics, the firemen, you call us, we're there. We douse fire spiritually. We bring people back to life spiritually. We actually end up housing people spiritually too. So we end up serving our county in various ways. One is through working with our hospitals and having a chaplain available for family members who are in need. We also have chaplains that are working with hospice. We celebrate life, we value life, but we also feel that we need to also celebrate someone's final days of life. And so part of what we end up doing too is providing support for Nevada Support, peer support as well, and supporting them with any spiritual needs they may have or need. Lastly, I've met with a lot of you. I just wanted to say it out loud, and I know I'll probably get some flack for this, but I have been praying for each and every one of you, for your families, for the district that you represent, and above all, also just praying for your safety and for also discernment for you, for the decisions you have to make on behalf of this county. Part of the Chaplain Corps that we end up doing as well, it's all volunteer. Part of the costs that we endure as chaplains is going through our own training, paying for our own training, paying for all the different materials we have to go through. We've been able to partner up with various organizations in the community to support our chaplains and knowing other resources available. We're really excited. Most of our chaplains got certified to administer Narcan in our community as well. So all of our chaplains do carry Narcan to be able to support those who need that. And I just, on behalf of the Chaplain Corps, just want to say thank you for your consideration and recommendation.
Thank you.
Lali Parasa.
Good afternoon. My name is Lali Parasa. I'm the president of India Association of Northern Nevada here. We are a nonprofit group for the past 3 decades, but this is the first time we are receiving a grant from the Washoe County. And we are a minority group here, and we use these funds for our kids, for low-income families, for kids camps, and for women who are going through domestic violence in the community. And there are some of the women who don't want to speak up and call 911, but they call our group saying that we need some help. So this money will help us to help the low-income families and people who are going through domestic violence. Thank you so much, Mr. Clark, and thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Okay, I'm at this point, we have all of our public comment, correct, Madam Clerk? Okay. I'm looking for a motion. Do we have a motion?
So move.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Garcia. And a second?
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner Andriola, are there any comments on the motion? I'm seeing none. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And it's consent, so we don't have the online vote. There we go. 5. Unanimous. So now I will open it up to 6G3. And Mr. Manager, will you lead us into that item?
Item 6G3 is a recommendation to approve pursuant to NRS 244.1505 Commission District Special Fund disbursement in an amount of $1,000 for fiscal year 22-23. District 3, Commissioner Mariluz Garcia recommends a $1,000 grant to the Sun Valley General Improvement District, a government entity with a government entity and body corporate and politic and a quasi-municipal corporation to retroactively support their Dive into Summer event held June 16, 2023 as part of their Kickoff the Recreation Season. Approve resolution necessary for the same, and direct the Comptroller's Office to make the necessary adjustments or disbursement of funds.
Here's your screen. Okay. So you can ask him.
Have a nice trip.
This is my first trip here, so. So the speaker list is, first on the speakers list is Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of comments here. I've gotten 3 calls about this item, so I just wanted to clarify the question. The question, why is money being given to an improvement district for a pool party? And looking at the last Sun Valley General Improvement District meeting, they just approved $348,121.23 in payables at their June 8th meeting. My question is this Dive into Summer event on their website is funded by them? So did they need extra funds? On their website, it was free community barbecue, music, raffle, and information booths from various organizations. My question is, did Washoe County have a booth there? And I don't know who's going to answer that, but the question out there for somebody to answer sometime. But I just wanted to find out if the county had a booth there. Manager Brown, do you know if we had a booth there?
I'll get you an answer, sir, but to my knowledge, no.
Very good. Thanks. That's all I have.
The next on the list is Val White.
She appears to be absent.
Well, when she returns, we can have her call, have her talk, unless she's right outside the door. She may be right outside the door. Oh, okay. Okay, so that's all the speakers we have. The next item would be, I'm not used to this, so be patient with me. So, the next item is, boy, I'm so good with computers.
Madam Chair, can I
Yes, you may help.
jump in a little bit? And just clarify with the clerk through you, is that all the public comment there was on it?
Okay.
Yes? Okay. So now, Madam Chair, the next step would be if there's a motion and then possibly a second on that item.
Okay, can I have a motion on that item?
I move to approve 6G2.
And a second?
It's 6G3, I believe, is it not?
Oh, it's okay.
6G3.
I'll second 6G3.
Okay, thank you very much. And I believe it would be public comment next.
It would be discussion among the four of you at this point, if there's any discussion on the motion.
Is there any discussion amongst the commissioners? No? I guess it's time for a vote then.
Yes.
And all those for this item?
Aye.
Aye.
That sounds aye for me, so it sounds like all four. And the bill would pass. The item passes. So, the next item is, and I can't seem to get this one to move right, but it's just me. Sorry. It just isn't moving. So, I better find my paper one. It would be item 7 then?
Well, before you get to item 7, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
There's a block vote, potentially.
Okay. I'm so nervous.
That's all right. Sorry, we'll help you.
Okay.
You're doing all right.
Yeah. So I've got my friend who's just got out of surgery, so I'm just thinking about that a little bit too. So do we have a block vote? It was me that had that.
Madam Chair, I'm happy to make a block if you'd like. I'd like to block items 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16.
Okay. I would like to take out item 12 and 13. Is there any other comments about the block vote? I guess maybe we need to do that. Would you be interested in taking out those two for separate attention?
Madam Chair, yes. I move to approve a block vote of 8, 9, 10, 11, 14, 15, and 16.
I'll second it.
Very well done. Okay. So, do we have a motion? Okay. Okay. All right. And do we have public comment then?
I do have one for item 16. Valerie Fianaka.
I got to catch up to y'all here. 16 and 17, I think, are pertaining to the same thing. It's the round-robin appointments that need to stop. Jason Geddes is a perpetual appointment on many boards around town. Has this been open to the public? Have any people been allowed to apply for this appointment? Library Board also has Miss Giulieri up in 3 days, and her position has not been advertised, and she's assuming that she's just going to get an automatic appointment. This needs to end. 17 is another round-robin appointment. It's got Joe Rodriguez on there. He already serves on our school board and has a full-time job. And if you go back and look very closely at his application, there are some alarming things you'll notice on there. Round robins need to end. Please, 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 they just need to end. You need to open them up to the general public.
No one else has signed in?
Oh, my goodness. Okay, so we would need to have our vote now.
Chair Herman, I'd like
How many ayes do I have?
I've signed in for comment.
Oh, you have? Okay. See,
Maybe it's not showing up there, but I pressed the button. I just want to get on the record that, this commission recommended Mr. Geddes in 2017 and 2020, filling 2 3-year terms. I don't know Mr. Geddes, but my question is, did we go out on autopilot and simply renewed Mr. Geddes without throwing this out to see if there's others interested in looking at Mr. Geddes' qualifications online? It would appear we're lucky to have him, and he seems abundantly qualified to represent the county on the governor's Clean Energy Fund. The only reason I'm asking is to verify if we've made the opportunity available to the community to learn if there was other interest. Was it advertised? On October 27th, 2020, the Board of County Commissioners recommended Jason Geddes to the governor to represent the Washoe County on the Clean Energy Fund. And on September 26, 2017, the Board of County Commissioners recommended him again to the governor. As Ms. Fianaka mentioned, it seems like the round robin, just repurposing and recycling. Can we get some fresh blood in there? Is there any other persons out there that might be interested in this? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Do we have any other board members that wish to speak? Okay. So, we will vote on the block vote then. And how many ayes do I have?
Aye.
With 12 and 13 taken out of that, I will go with that. And so that would be 3 to 2.
Is item 17 in that? No, okay, very well. Just trying to keep up here.
Could we clarify the vote on this one? I'm sorry.
The vote would be, was looking for it up here. It would be 3-1, 1 nay.
Madam Chair, you called for the ayes. Could you call for the nays also, just for the record?
Yes. And how many nays do I have? None.
I was in an aye, yeah.
We kind of were uncertain about a couple of things. Item 17, I believe, and so we're not showing the vote up here because it's a block vote, I guess. So, so there were two.
I saw it up there just a second ago. I don't know what happened to it. It was on the screen momentarily.
I know we're having little problems with it. So do we need to wait for that, or?
I think so. I think we could wait for just 1 second.
Okay.
Because I did. It popped up and then it pops down.
Just.
Would you like me to redo that on the display? Yeah, okay.
So redo that? Okay, so it's all the way through. Maybe it had to finish printing. There you go. That'll work. Okay, so the next item would be item 12, right? Because we took them out.
Yes.
So do we have any public comment on item 12?
Madam Chair, would you like me to read the item?
Yes.
All right, item 12 is a recommendation to retroactively approve contracts and purchases that have exceeded or are expected to exceed $300,000 that include library books, legal software services, temporary services, court reporting services, and necessary goods and services for all county departments. A full list of specific contract vendors and amounts is viewable in the staff report. The aggregate amount of known expenditures under these contracts to date is $14,337,252.30, and this is being offered by the Comptroller's Office.
Do we have any, I asked that already, didn't I, whether we had public comment?
No, no, you cannot ask for public comment.
Okay. Is there any public comment?
Yes, there is. Just a moment. Janet Butcher?
The overhead's not working. The overhead's not working. Thank you. Janet Butcher for the record. I'm sorry to see that not all 5 commissioners are here, but maybe I won't be interrupted.
Thank you.
I'd like to say if I can help one child from being prepped and groomed, I will do everything within my efforts to do so. There are sexually related books and instructional materials in a public library, in our public library, Washoe County, that are emotionally, mentally, and physically harmful to children, as evidenced by rising rates of depression and other psychological disorders. The content of said materials ranges from explicit to inexplicit sexual activities, including but not limited to rape, incest, and hookup dating. This is one such book. It happens to be in the youth and teens section. This book, well, unfortunately, was checked out, but it is also online and available via CD. How do we know who is really checking these books out? While I feel very much for this young man who was himself sexually abused when he was about 10 or 11 years old, this kind of stuff belongs in not the library. This type of stuff belongs in groups, or other places. In one of the chapters of my life, I had the opportunity to be involved with and assist a counselor who was counseling young people and families who had drug and alcohol issues. One of the parents said, "The kid came home and drank my beer, took it out of the refrigerator." The counselor said, "Why do you have beer in your refrigerator? Don't you have one? Aren't you going to make a place where this child will have at least one thing where it's not enticing him or exposing him? Why can't we have our Washoe County Library not expose our children to this smut?" Thank you.
Thank you.
Valerie Fiannaca.
Valerie Fiannaca for the record. I would ask you, Mr. Edwards, to please address the video I sent you showing Mr. Jeff Scott at a library drag queen event last week, stating, when asked about all the drag paraphernalia in the library, what he would do if an employee was offended by the LGBTQIA2S+ agenda. He said, quote, he would send them for retraining. This is a slippery slope for the county. I have handed out an article regarding the American Library Association attempting to get library directors to block conservatives from using library spaces. They use many excuses: insurance, danger, reservations filled when not true, and basically just blocking. They are using taxpayer money to fund subversive workarounds. The American Library Association is a 501c3 nonprofit, another case of a nonprofit getting government money to work against the taxpayer. The government in 2022 increased funding to the American Library Association to the tune of $211 million. I attended the audit committee meeting last week, and an audit of our libraries was scheduled. I would strongly suggest that no further monies be given or allocated to the library until this audit is complete. And I also would recommend that you all look at that video and watch it straight on, full, from start to finish. It's very enlightening about our library director, especially to our legal department.
Thank you. Sandy Tibbett, followed by Penny Brock.
Sandy Tibbett for the record. So when did everything in our lives become about gender identity and one's sexual orientation, and whatever happened to each his own? The sexualization of our sons and daughters of our society has ramped up and doesn't seem to be slowing down anytime soon. It is being pushed at every turn. Sporting events, churches, military, concerts, Disney movies, through corporations, and even in our schools and public libraries. Our public libraries are being used to push the LGBTQ plus agenda. The number of books you can find just in the children's section about pride, LGBTQ, transgender, and sexuality is overwhelming. Genderqueer books are being targeted towards our young children to introduce and normalize the concept that a person could be more than one gender, or that you can change your gender with pills and surgery, and the use of pronouns will somehow solidify the lies being pushed. I have provided handouts that showcase a taste of the propaganda a child can access at our public libraries, all found in the children's section. Asking about sex and growing up, sex, puberty, and all that stuff. It's perfectly normal. The hips on the drag queen go swish, swish, swish. And the titles in your handout are a small sample of the propaganda available to our kids. Why so much? Why does the children's section need so many books focused on sex and gender identity? The last 2 pages of your handout are brand new purchases. These are more books to confuse children on their gender identity. This rot can be found throughout the library. The young adult and adult sections are much worse. The constant exposure to this garbage is destroying young minds and destroying traditional family values, which is the point. I would like to know what percentage of the new purchases are geared towards sexuality and the LGBTQ agenda, and how many new purchases are geared towards the traditional family and Christian values. And Commissioner Andriola, you missed a huge opportunity for constituent support by voting in another left liberal onto our already extreme left library board. Thank you.
Thank you. Penny Brock, followed by Scott Finley.
Penny Brock for the record. Please put my remarks in the record per NRS. We're dealing with appropriations of money, appropriating almost $900,000 for library books, over $800,000 for more for the CARES campus, this time Safe Camp at the North End. Now, about Safe Camp, in 2021, you gave them $4.5 million. Early in 2022, you gave them $500,000 a year until June of 2026. Then there's also the item of funding the elections, K&H for printing and mailing of the ballots for over $337,000. I would ask that this be tabled. I would ask that the library funds be tabled because the audit committee is going to be auditing the library. So that should be tabled until that audit report comes out. Number 2 is table the funding for the elections request for K&H. Number 1, it should be done locally, not by a Seattle vendor. We want to support our local businesses. Also, it would be much easier to monitor what's happening with the ballots and the mailing if it were handled locally. Also, did they send out at least 2 RFPs? That is something that you need to know because per NRS, at least 2 bids must be solicited. We would like to know what those bids were. Also, for the library, for the CARES campus, the homeless situation, for the elections, what is the standard for each of these? What is the value system for books and materials for our library? And also the events. We just heard Dwayne Smith from the sewer department say that they have a standard. They have a standard for sewer. Is it too little to ask that we have a standard for books, materials, and events? We as taxpayers think we need a standard. We need a standard for the library. We need a standard for the homeless, for the CARES campus. We also need a standard for our elections. Is our standard for elections fair, honest, and secure elections? I've never seen that. If it exists, I'd like to know that it does exist. Also of concern is this here. This was a press release just done. This happened in New York City on Sunday. The Pride members say their agenda is, we're coming for your children. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott Finley, followed by Nichelle Hull.
Please enter my comment and these documents into the record per NRS 241. My name is Scott Finley. I am a resident of Washoe County and have a military background in the financial management and comptroller career field of the United States Air Force. It is an indisputable fact that mail-in voting is not secure. If K&H Printers wants the over $300,000 for ballot printing and mailing services, then it needs to send a representative to explain this to this commission how exactly a tracked parcel of mail can arrive at its destined location, yet tracking shows it's still stuck in limbo at the post office. K&H needs to explain how they are able to succeed where the United States Postal Service fails. What makes their tracking process so special and better than the federal government's tracking process itself? On April 1st, my wife sent adoption paperwork through the United States Postal Service to the BLM Litchfield Corrals. As I am very much in the know on what's going on, I advised her to send it through certified mail. If you look at the USPS tracking document, it shows that this parcel of mail has been stuck at the Susanville Litchfield Post Office since April 5th. A service request to locate the lost mail was submitted. About a week later, the handling postmaster was unable to locate the parcel of mail. My wife contacted the BLM Litchfield Corrals, and the BLM employee present went to check the mail at the post office and confirmed possession of the mail, of mail sent. My point is that had this been a tracked mail-in ballot, tracking would erroneously show that the mail-in ballot is in transit to the next facility. It also demonstrates that a mail-in ballot can arrive at a destined location like the Register of Voters without ever being scanned. It is obvious that there is no mechanism in place to stop tracked mail-in ballots from being intercepted and swapped out with a duplicate mail-in ballot. Requiring a voter's signature does not stop this, as a signature can easily be printed during the mail-in ballot printing process. During the 2020 presidential elections, my mail-in ballot was flagged in ballot tracks as en route to the Register of Voters. However, I never used my mail-in ballot and am still in possession of it. I discovered that the company i3 Logics was found to be operating in the state of Nevada without a business license at that time and did not possess a contract with the county or the state, indisputably proving election interference. For these reasons, I request that the Board of County Commissioners reject the over $300,000 ballot printing and mailing services by K&H Printers until K&H vindicates its process. If K&H is unable to do so, then it is imperative that we utilize local business for ballot printing and mailing services. Thank you.
Thank you. Nichelle Hull, followed by Victoria Meyer.
Good morning, Commissioners. I was also at the Audit Committee last Thursday, and our controller mentioned that although the audit was approved, which we were really thrilled about, she said that it was not possible to do an audit based upon categories. Okay, so this book on the overhead is called This Book is Gay. This is in our Washoe County library system. It might be in the school libraries too, I'm not sure. But its category is, it says in most school libraries, as a resource book. So the category is resource. But I would argue categories can also be searchable terms, because all I typed in was LGB in the online catalog for Washoe County Library, and this book popped up. So, yeah, I want to read an excerpt, but it is distasteful. But I thought I would change the wording so that I'm not going to use certain terms that are just yucky. They're inappropriate. Okay, so I'm not going to use those terms. I'm going to put it up here. This book is gay. This is on page 66. Okay, the topic on page 66 is blowies. Okay, oral S, the letter S, oral S is popping another dude's member. I'm going to put my hand up when I swap out a word. Member in your mouth, or indeed popping yours in his. There is only one hard and fast rule when it comes to blow J. Watch the teeth, lips, and tongue. Yes, teeth. No. As with hand jobs and breakfast eggs, all men like their blow J served in different ways. The term blow J is massively misleading, as you won't actually be blowing on his member. It's more about sucking. Although I stress you're not trying to suck his kidneys out through his urethra, it's more about, okay, and then it gives a bunch of description on how to give a blow J. Okay, I'm almost done. Letting a guy see or ejaculate in your mouth is a safe sex no-no. Okay, and then it goes on and on about that. So this is under resource. This is in the young adult youth area of Washoe County Library System. It's a manual. It's a how-to. So if we're okay with giving kids the manual on the mechanics but not putting any kind of morality to house around that, that's a problem, because any kid can check that out. You can be a 10-year-old and check that out in self-checkout. Okay? Thank you.
Victoria Meyer, followed by Roger Edwards.
Good morning, Victoria Meyer. Please put my displays and comments on the record. My pronouns are USA. I want to talk about the book she mentioned, by the way, is in our high schools, and one is in a middle school here in Washoe County. I do research on some of that, and I don't have the particulars, but I'd like to do a little bit of educating today about pride flags and the movement as it represents sex. I'll bring it around to the libraries. Our pride flag was, the original pride flag was designed in 1978 with hot pink as its first color, representing sex, red representing life, etc., etc. Here are some terms. The LGBTQIA plus an acronym is used to describe sexual orientation, physical, emotional, and romantic attraction to another person. L stands for lesbian, describes a woman who is physically, emotionally, or romantically attracted to other women. G stands for gay, describes a person who is physically, emotionally, or romantically attracted to people within the same gender. B, Bisexual describes a person who's physically, emotionally, or romantically attracted to people with more than one sex, gender, or gender identity. Q stands for queer, used by some people whose sexual orientation is not exclusively heterosexual or straight. This is the new flag you just saw displayed there. This is the new trans flag. Actually, it was started in '99. It has pink and blue, the pink for girls, the blue for boys. Have you ever heard of the term MAP, minor attracted persons? This is a thing. You can look it up. Minor attracted persons, no MAPs. There's MAPs and there's no MAPs. No MAPs are persons attracted to children who, quote, promise not to offend them sexually, even though they are attracted to them. That's the original MAPS flag. The current flag is just a light pink and a light blue and a white, and the white represents their innocence for not going to offend the kids, even though they're attracted to them. This is a display I saw yesterday at South Valley's library. You can see the pink and blue and white. This was a book at children's height. The displays were low. Over the top, A Raw Journey to Sex and Love. The complaints against, so we have upcoming Banned Book Week in October, 1st through 7th.
Thank you.
Roger Edwards, followed by Catherine Snedeker.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, Roger Edwards. Please enter my comments in a permanent record. I'm a 50-year resident of Washoe County, and I don't need to explain further why we have a problem with the books in the Washoe County Library. They're easily available by our young people. So I'll just get down to the point of what a lot of the other speakers had missed is we're up here talking about item 12, and the problem we have with it is that you're grouping a bunch of stuff together that we need to talk about individually. You need to pull out library books from that $300,000 and certainly from the $14 million, so we can talk about it individually. So we want you to either deny item 12, modify item 12, or something to do with getting the authorizations for the county library books out of there. We need to talk about that individually, separately, and in depth, all right? I never wanted to be involved with a library board. I have enough stuff going on with the school board and with your board. But what we need to do here is we need to break this down so that the community can talk about its problems with the individual parts. We don't get the commission report that you guys got, so we don't have all the details, but it doesn't really matter. You can't be grouping this stuff together so that we can vote upon it individually and comment on it individually. My predecessors did fine on all the commenting about what's going on with the books in the school access libraries. So I'm not going to go into that, but what I want you to do is either deny item 12 outright or pull out of that total amount of contract purchases of the $300,000, anything that has to do with library books, so that we can talk about it separately. Thank you.
Thank you.
Catherine Snedeker, followed by Deborah Salk.
For the record, Catherine Snedeker, a non-resident, non-person, and enfranchised natural woman. You know, this all started back in 1950. Getting children comfortable and introducing them to sex as soon as possible. showing the children what a penis is, what a vagina is, how to do a blowjob, all of those things. Why would you want your 5-year-old to know any of that? Why would you want your 13-year-old to get into that? It's sick. And I don't like being misdirected by you either. Now here we are, the committee of 300. Everything being exposed that was in the Tavistock Committee of 300 book. There's 300 people in England that are running everything at the Tavistock group. They're giving out all the instructions to all the states and all these, I guess, awake people or whatever you want to call them, woke people, stupid communist people, tyrants is what I call them, because that's what they are. This library stuff, what the hell is wrong with you people? This stuff should be at Susie's, not in a school or in a library. Why are you stealing the innocence and wholesomeness of children? Why are you doing that? Why are the teachers telling the children, don't tell your parents about this? They look at a teacher as an authority figure and they're going to do what they're told by the teacher. Why is that? Same with the library. You know what? Showing kids child porn, that hasn't been repealed out of NRS 432B. It's still a crime. And you are openly committing crimes against children and want us to be okay with it. What planet are you from? Or underground hole? You know what? There's going to be repercussions for this.
Thank you.
Deborah Salk.
Deborah Salk for the record. I would like to second everything that's been said so far, but I also have a problem with number 12 because it's a recommendation to retroactively approve contracts and purchases that exceed the $300,000 mark. Retroactive? I'm sorry, especially at $300,000. You all know what is coming up before you, or you should. If you do not, and something gets close to the $300,000 range, it should be coming to the board immediately prior to it hitting $300,000. That's a lot of our taxpayer money. Your descriptions besides library books, goods and services, items necessary to county departments, that doesn't tell me what you're spending that money on. I can buy one heck of a lot of paper and discs and things like that for $300,000. I urge you to vote no on item 12. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's no one else signed in.
Okay, thank you very much. It is time for discussion here on the board. Just raise your hand because mine doesn't.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I've got a problem voting on this based on the library books that have been purchased since this is retroactively. Before I'd be able to vote in favor of this, I need to know the book titles that were purchased, and I would urge, based on the last week's meeting and Lawn Boys reading, that other commissioners, other commissions to want that information as well, to make an informed vote. So I think we need a list of the books that are being purchased and not just Dewey Decimal numbers. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
May I suggest we have the comptroller here who could
Yes.
provide some insight on this item.
Would you educate us, please?
Yes, of course. For the record, Kathy Hill, Washoe County Comptroller. For the items that are listed in the staff report, the items that are purchased are listed in there, and the procurement policies that were taken place, whether we joined it onto a state of Nevada contract, whether it was necessary to sole source, it's an amalgamation, or excuse me, an aggregate amount of items that were purchased. For the library books, for individual titles and purchases, that can come through a request from the commissioners. These are purchases that have already occurred. We can pull the invoices on that request that lists the titles, but we do not enter into the system each individual title name. It's an invoice that comes into the accounting. So for these amounts that come in, we have followed proper procurement in getting these items and spending the money, and it's important to note that none of these departments or these purchases cause any line items to be over budget.
Thank you for your answer. I guess I should have directed this to the library board. I'd like to see the list of books that they requested and that we purchased from the library board. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any questions from the board members?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I have a procedural question. In terms of the retroactive, how does that work? I am a little confused on why we're essentially having an item that has already been expended, and I'm just curious if you could share that. Thank you.
As the fiscal year goes on and each of the departments are making purchases that they need to perform the services that they do for the county, it is not uncommon to reach the last quarter of the year when people are spending their budget authority to go over that amount. As the departments are not over budget, we like to come to the board for transparency purposes to let you guys know what has happened and who has approached that point. The difficult nature that you come into is you have more than 20 departments that could be purchasing from the same vendor. That's why we take this moment to inform you. We've shortened the list every year to stay on top of it. We make improvements from this list for procurement and for the departments to get the services and supplies that they need. So that's the cause for the retroactive nature. It's come to a culmination throughout the fiscal year, culminating in the last quarter of the year.
Madam Chair, may I have a follow-up, please? In terms of the amount, I want to make sure I'm understanding, it's actually within the approved budget already?
It is.
So it's the threshold of expenditures that triggered coming to the commission, is that?
Correct. If we were presented with a contract from one vendor for one purpose, one contract that has exceeded $300,000, we're aware of that ahead of time, and before we procure those services, we come to the board for approval. You may have seen those staff reports in the past, or you'll see them if you're not familiar with them coming forward. These amounts that you see in the staff report do not have an individual purchase of $300,000. It's just come to that amount. And again, going back to what you said, Commissioner Andriola, each of these amounts have not caused any of the departments to go over their budget.
So just again, to almost double reiterate, the expenditures have already been in place. This is just to essentially, within budget, give approval because of the $300,000 threshold?
You are correct. They're already in place, and they are to inform the county commissioners of the activity that's occurred.
So in the case of some of the items that are listed in categories, those purchases have already been made. We're essentially giving the approval that it almost feels procedural in terms of that threshold. How often does that happen? I'm just curious. How often does this happen where it goes over the 300? Is it because we're approaching the end of the fiscal year?
Yeah, historically, it has happened towards the end of the fiscal year that the amounts have exceeded the $300,000. It's not common for these amounts to exceed $300,000 in the first quarter or the second quarter, and then you're also up against the time when the vendor submits the invoice, the department processes the invoices. That's when it gets into the financial system that we can better see the amount spent.
So if we didn't approve this, the penalty would be all of these vendors that have already provided the goods and services to the county. Is that correct?
Correct. We would have to stop purchasing from any of these vendors for the remainder of the year.
So it would have a direct impact. Madam Chair, may I please finish?
Yes, you may.
Thank you so much. So it would have a direct impact in terms of not approving this to future purchases as well?
Not into the next fiscal year.
Okay, but
For this
just,
fiscal year, it would stop the services and supplies that the departments need to perform their jobs.
okay. And I have a legal question that I may, if I could, direct to the district attorney. I realize this is a library board question, and I'm just wondering, in terms of at a high level, where does things fall in terms of censorship? How is censorship even defined? And where does that fall in terms of the county commission's responsibility versus the library board?
That's a really broad question. I'll say that in the case law, Supreme Court and other case law around the country, there are threads of authorities that recognize the power of governments to make determinations of appropriateness for children and things like that. So within school systems, for example, educators are empowered to make decisions about appropriateness for children, age appropriateness, and those types of things. So that's out there within the context of that question that you just asked. There is no way to kind of answer this in a real direct fashion. First Amendment law is there's entire gigantic law firms in New York City and Washington, D.C. and other places that just do First Amendment law. And so that just gives you an idea of the scope of the kinds of issues that come up. So I don't think there's any way to answer it any more directly than that. But what I can say is First Amendment is not an absolute and a free-for-all, meaning that anyone has to be able to say or do anything they want in the name of the First Amendment. There are a variety of categories that the Supreme Court has recognized: fighting words, clear and present danger, advocating the overthrow of the government, for example, is another category that has been allowed to be prohibited. Protecting kids has been recognized as a valid interest. Where the line lies in that's a question that's up for debate, but that's a category and an interest that the courts have recognized as valid. So that's, I think, about as much as I can give you on that.
Thank you. I guess maybe I should enroll in law school and study that. It's definitely a broad subject. I'm asking that question especially because it's retroactive. I really am already, again, stating on the record, I already did that the language that was read in some of the books is more than disturbing from a personal standpoint. But I am also, as I already stated earlier, encouraging, if not really requesting, that we as a commission understand what those parameters are, where the commission lies with the library as they purchase these books, and also equal representation. I think there needs to be equal representation for everyone in the community, and I think we honestly need to drill that down. But because this is retroactive and because this is actually already purchased and the books that may be of concern are already there, I'm going to support this item based on that. But moving forward, I think the commission and the public, we all need to actually understand more about where the lines are with the commission in terms of its responsibility legally and the compliance thereof, and then the library board and what that relationship is. So I'm looking forward to future presentations and future information on that particular subject. But thank you so much for your clarification. Thank you, Madam Chair, for your indulgence. Thank you.
Commissioner. Mr. DA, I know in the past we have approved items and have removed certain parts of the item, and I was wondering if that was a feasible thing on this.
Are you asking if you could, for example, if there were a motion to approve this, if that motion could, for example, say, motion to approve except for item X and item Y? Is that what you're asking? So yes, you can do that. I would say generally under open meeting law principles, you can do less than what the agenda says that you're going to do, but you can't do more than the agenda says that you're going to do. So yes, that is a possibility.
Yes, you can.
Thank you. Item number 12 is an administrative item, and it's a ministerial task. Approving retroactive expenses is a common job that Washoe County Commissioners have. Our job is to focus on policy. I did not wake up this morning and think that we were going to open up a discussion or hear comment about the banning censorship of books in our library system. We are not in charge of programming. That is not our role. That is not our purview. We are county commissioners, and our task is to vote on item number 12, which is an administrative task, and that is what we're here to do.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, so it's right by my teeth. Yeah, so, and I have Mr. DA. Can I guide this into the point of what we were just discussing?
You can make a motion, you can call for a motion,
Thank you.
et cetera.
So I would make a motion to approve this with the exception of the Overdrive Incorporated library books, Baker and Taylor books, K&H printers, and that those three items, with those three items out of there, I would vote to approve it and make a motion. Do I have a second?
I've requested the comments.
Oh, I'm sorry, I can't see you. We're just going to do it the old-fashioned way this morning.
I'm going to direct this to Mr. Edwards. I think it's incumbent upon this board to understand what's taking place with the library system. Do we as a body have a right to get a report from the library system? Do we as a body have the ability to get a report from the people that are on the board there, the folks that are on the library board? Can we have an informational meeting with those folks? Can we get that on the agenda where we find out a bit more about this? Anybody who doesn't think this is a hot topic, a polarizing point, a lightning rod in the community, we need, and the public, we need to hear it, but it also needs to be on the record so the public can understand what's taking place here. At this point in time, this is a procedural issue. I understand that, but again, this library part of this is the lightning rod that's causing all the angst out here, all the heartburn. So we need to find out more about what they're doing over there. You know, I'm not for censorship. I think adults should be able to read whatever they want. I'm not a prude. I don't really care what people do. This is about children. Okay, that's the end. That's the beginning, middle, and the end. Are we doing things to protect children? Or are we letting people sexualize children? That's the question that I have, and I want an answer. I want to talk to these people and look them at the face and find out what's going on. I don't want them to zoom in. I want to look people in the eye and have them explain themselves. And if they've got a good explanation, then we go about our business. But I want to hear about what's the procedure for us getting the library board in here, individuals, and have them make a presentation to us, and have them the ability for them to answer questions. And I appreciate Ms. Hill here. This isn't about you, what you're doing. This is about what people are perceiving children, the battle with children. So thank you for being here, but this isn't about your work at all. And sorry you have to hear this, but you can hear, this is the tip of the iceberg. I hear it all over. When people finally heard what was said here last week, and people understand that that's available to children, they don't like it, and nor do I. So I would like to find out, how do we get that to happen? Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Commissioner. We're already looking at several questions. I think, you've posed a few questions to us on these and related issues. It's a little trickier procedurally than it may sound because of the status of the library board under Chapter 379 of the NRS, but I would like to have the opportunity to look at possible routes to have either perhaps a joint meeting between you and the library board, or to have a presentation by a representative of the library board, or some manner of representation here from the library board, so that the discussion can be between you and library board people, as opposed to you and no one from the library board in the room. So if you would indulge that, I would like to have the opportunity to look into that, and then to provide you with some possible options about how that might happen. Is that okay with you, or?
Just on the record, this isn't to make Mike Clark happy. This is to make the public happy. So I want these people to make a presentation to the constituents. I want to hear what their plan is, what value they think in these particular books. Maybe they've got a point. I'm open. Tell me what you got. But right now, it doesn't look well. It doesn't sound well. And that's just my personal opinion. But I'm just a representative of the public. And the public, this is the tip of the iceberg. The public, if you talk to lucid adults and they hear this stuff, they are beyond belief that they even have to hear about this. So that's my question. Don't make the presentation to me. Make the presentation to the citizens why these particular books are helpful to juveniles. You heard me at the start of the meeting today. Kids can't sign contracts. They can't go to lots of different places. They can't do lots of different things because they're minors. Society a long time ago has ruled on many of these issues that kids can't do certain things. People get arrested around here on a regular basis. They go to jail for long terms of time for kiddie porn, okay? This stuff is like first cousin to it as far as I'm concerned. I want to know when somebody as we have a board, we approve these people, we recommend them, we vote them into office. And if they can't give us a satisfactory answer, I want to know, how do we get them out of office? Are they there for life? Are they there for their term? Or can we get rid of them if they don't have satisfactory answers? Stand and deliver. Tell us why you're doing what you're doing. Tell us why it's a good idea. Thank you.
So if I could chime in here.
I'd like to chime in as well, real quick. Sure. In the you that you were just using, I hope you're not insinuating that we are putting these books, we, the DA's office, are putting these books. No.
I'm just talking
Thank you. I just want to make that clear.
I salute you. You're here to protect us, and you do a great job, and I rely on you. You're doing a fantastic job. Some of the folks gave you some static the other day. I didn't think it was justified. I think you stepped in when you needed to be. But the point is, if the county staff felt uncomfortable, if you were here to protect the county staff, who the heck's protecting these kids?
Yeah. And we'll look at those questions for you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So for the record, I think the commissioners are correct on a procedural issue. This might be a bifurcated issue. How the expenditures that occurred and what is purchased. This staff report is that the expenditures have occurred within proper procurement, going back to what you said, Commissioner Clark. And then the second issue is the possible concern of what specifically is being procured by the library.
Thank you very much for your information, and I apologize to you for not noticing that you were wanting to speak. Thank you. So the next step would be. Oh, yeah, right. So the reason I took item 12 off was for this exact thing. I as a commissioner, I thought that by setting these items that were in there separate from this, and maybe that will encourage us to be able to sit down and discuss this item fully. And Commissioner Clark has a very good idea working with our DA, and I feel good about that. So I did make the motion to accept this item, except for those 3 items, and I do want to take those off. So my motion stands. If it doesn't accept it, if I don't have a second, then we'll have to proceed. Would you like to speak? Thank you for your patience.
Oh, sure, absolutely.
Wait a second. He's on commission. So if he's selling those items, it would affect his pay. So that, but he doesn't have any decision-making authority. Just getting at, just say all that part, and then I would say just recuse all that before there's. I recuse this item, but it's part of the whole item, isn't it? Right. So, which item is this? This is item 12. Yeah. So this is item 12, and this is.
Would you like to comment again?
Madam Chair, thank you for your patience. And I want to point out on item 12, for full transparency, which is the very core of my DNA in terms of being transparent, that my husband works for Champion Chevrolet, and it's the very first item on that item. And although he isn't in any decision-making or executive level position, he does work for the company, and he may or may not be impacted by this item. So in full abundancy of transparency, I'm going to recuse myself from this particular item and not have any part of that vote. So thank you.
Okay, so do I have a second then?
Can I clarify, please? Thank you. With respect to that item, you're saying only that one piece about the Champion Chevrolet Geo part of this whole item, yes?
That is correct.
Thank you. So, Madam Chair, what I'd recommend then is you've already made a motion that pulled 3 of the individual pieces out of the consideration. I'd recommend perhaps pulling all 4 of those out for consideration so that the Champion Chevrolet item can be handled separately in case there is additional discussion or anything like that that needs to be made in that respect. Otherwise, at this point, I would say Commissioner Andriola, based on her preference to recuse, would do so at this point.
Okay, I would change my motion to include the 4.
I would like to add to that transparency that this was a state of Nevada joinder contract, so we here locally did not negotiate with Champion Chevrolet Geo. We joined onto a contract with the state of Nevada directly, so there was no relationship there either, just for transparency purposes.
So should...
Thank you. So the motion is, as I understand it, to approve the item minus the 4 that have been mentioned.
That's it. Do I have a second?
Chairman,
You can speak.
could I have another comment?
Yes, you may.
I want to thank Commissioner Andriola for stating what she did, and to Ms. Hill's point, whether it's a state contract or not, the money is being paid by the Washoe County. So whoever negotiated the contract, we don't care who it was, the money's coming out of our till. That's what I wanted to get across.
You are correct.
Thank you.
So do I have a second? No? Okay. All right, so I will accept a motion.
Madam Chair, per Commissioner Andriola's request, I move to pull that first item regarding Champion Chevrolet Geo and move to retroactively approve contracts and purchases for all of the purchases as outlined on the staff report. And again, that is taking off only Champion Chevrolet Geo.
Do I have a second?
I'll second. Again, I'd like to make a comment. At the end of the day, we know all of these vendors are going to get paid. This is just a point of the people talking about things they're unhappy with and an opportunity to express their opinion. So at the end of the day, everybody knows everybody's getting paid. We bought this goods, we bought the services. It gives you an opportunity to talk about it and voice your displeasure. So we're going to have to pay, and especially since it's retroactive. However, I think there should be something in the process that makes this not appear so frequently in the future. Why do we hear about it after the fact? Okay, so full disclosure, full transparency. Give us the heads up before it happens. Hey, I just spent all my money. Got some more for me? You know, let's hear about it in advance. Heads up. That's all I'm asking. Thanks.
So the next step would be to find out the ayes and the nays. So first the ayes.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. So that would make it 4-1. There's no nays because there's no more people. Okay. So that would make us four people voting. So that would pass. So we'll go to the next item, which was 13.
Madam Chair, now you would need to potentially vote on the Champion Chevrolet item specifically, and then Commissioner Andriola is going to recuse.
Okay.
Time that right.
Okay. So we will have let's see. So we will discuss amongst is that proper?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, we'll have a discussion on the Chevrolet dealer's payment item. Anybody want to speak? And I can't see.
Let's make a motion. I'd like to make a motion that we pay Champion Chevrolet. Again, the money's been spent. We owe them the money. We're going to have to pay them. They weren't the point of the issue here. It was about disclosing transparency. So I make a motion that we pay Champion Chevrolet and Geo, I guess that's their name, $2,573,952.86 for parts and supplies for county vehicles.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Do we?
Public
have a
comment?
Mm-hmm.
We,
No, you already took public comment on the item.
Okay.
Okay. So we would vote on that now, and I would like to ask for the ayes.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. That would be 3-4. So then we are going to vote on the other 3 items then? I didn't understand it being that way, but
No, Madam Chair, you're free to move on to 13 now. The motion was everything except Chevrolet Geo, and then the second motion was Chevrolet Geo.
so we'll move to item 13.
Correct.
Item 13 is a recommendation to approve budget amendments totaling an increase of $3,064,855, no county match in both revenue and expense, to the FY23 Community and Clinical Health Services Division Family Planning ARPA program, subaward retroactive to January 1st, 2023 through December 31st, 2026, and direct the Comptroller's Office to make the appropriate budget amendments. This is a health district item.
So we'll wait for Commissioner Andriola. All right. So we will need, no, there was no public comment on this, or?
we have no public comment.
Okay, all right. So I
13.
would be looking for a
Yes, 13.
motion on this.
Madam Chair, given that we don't know why this item was pulled, I move to approve budget amendments totaling an increase of $3,064,855 in both revenue. Let me start over. I move to approve a budget amendment as outlined in the staff report.
To have a second?
I'll second. Second.
Any discussion on this? If not, I'd like to hear the ayes.
Aye.
Aye.
And I would be nay. Thank you. That'd be 3-1. So the next item we have would be, did we do 17 yet?
Madam Chair, I believe we go back to item 7,
7. Oh, okay.
if that's okay.
All right.
We have, so item 7 is a presentation from Envision Washoe 2040 Master Plan Update, and that's from Eric Youngs, who's our senior planner from our CSD department.
And I want to apologize for not planning for you earlier.
Oh, no apologies necessary.
You've been working very hard on this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Manager. Thank you, Chair Herman and Commissioners. We really appreciate the opportunity to talk to you about the Envision Washoe 24 project update today and bring you up to date on it. I am Eric Young from the Planning Program of the Community Services Department. Today we're going to go over a quick overview, spend a little bit of time talking about the structure of the plan as it's unfolding. We'll spend a brief time on the timeline where we are so we know what's coming up over the summer. Spend a little bit more time digging into the public outreach that we've been undergoing, and then of course some brief next steps before we conclude for the day. So we are doing this master plan update because we're required to have a master plan by both state statute and the Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Agency. We're required to conform to both of those. Each of them have segments that define what our master plan is required to contain. And so that's the regulatory framework for why we have to have a master plan. Statute describes it, it's generally described as the plan for how the county intends to absorb the expected population that's coming over a certain number of years. We can choose. Statute doesn't identify a time. It's usually about 20 years. We have not updated our plan in over 30 years since it was first adopted. We have had many updates in terms of amendments. When there's a new regional plan or a state statute, we amend our plan, but we have not looked back on it for a significant update. So why would we want to update the plan? How is it used? What is it? The master plan for most people consists of the master plan map, which identifies the types of development that we'd like to see in different places around the county. But importantly, it also includes many goals and policies throughout a number of different topics that are generally called elements: transportation, land use, conservation, housing, population, public services and facilities. Some of those are required by state statute, but we are also allowed by statute to add topics or subjects as we see necessary to help us manage the growth that we expect over time. And those are all, that language is all contained in a set of goals and policies. Then those are generally used. Many different agencies will look to the county's goals and policies for what the county's intent is. One way that it's used very commonly is in grant applications. A common grant application question is, what does the master plan say about this issue? Another very common way that it's used is in discretionary permits, when somebody submits a permit for, say, a tentative map. When the staff member is reviewing that application, they'll go in and look at the master plan for how the master plan describes how development should be managed in that area. So that's how that's what a master plan generally is. That's how we use it. One of the reasons that we want to update our plan is because over time, our plan has become a plan with hundreds of policies, dozens of goals. In fact, our plan consists of 19 separate documents. Elements that we're required to have, like I mentioned, transportation, land use, housing, population, those are each a separate document. Washoe County also has what we call area plans that we've had for many decades. It's a long-standing tradition in Washoe County to identify the areas that are based primarily on hydrographic basins, but also have developed over time as a little bit separate communities. Each one of those has its own separate plan. So we have a very large plan that's somewhat old and has been described many times as a kind of a sea of words, a lack of graphics, a lack of pictures, a lack of other ways of describing things other than just sitting down and reading. So that's a somewhat obsolete, old approach. It's very difficult to access. It's very difficult to use. So as we were looking at making this potential change, one of the things that we did when we went out and reached out to the communities was to bring the existing master plan with us, which required a large box. It's a stack of documents about this high. I was actually dared to bring it and show it to you today. But I didn't want to pull the same visual trick on you that I did out in the community. When you spread our entire master plan over a table, it takes an entire conference table to hold our master plan. So it's a very strong visual message that we do need to do something with that framework to make it more usable. So our goals for this update were to make it more concise, usable, and accessible, to take a lot of the regulatory language out. One of the reasons it's so big is our plan contains an enormous amount of language that should be somewhere else, like the development code. To modernize the plan, like I said, a picture's worth 1,000 words, a graphic might be worth 10,000 words in some cases. So modern contemporary plans use many more graphics and links to other plans, links to explanatory documents. They become more electronic. And then our plan also to, what we're saying, clearly contextualize Washoe County in the regional context. That means to make sure that people understand what Washoe County's role in the overall growth of the region is, and that people understand the role of our regional planning agency in directing the jurisdictions here. So in taking that very large document and figuring out how to become more concise and more usable, what we determined to do was to use our existing regional plan as a model, and to move all of the regulatory language into our development code, and then to move the goals and policies into a single chapter of a single document, the new master plan. The first chapter would be, what are we doing? Why are we here? Why do we have to do this? All that background information about what a master plan is, why Washoe County uses different planning areas, a good set of background information. Chapter 2 really being all of those principles and policies that really direct the growth management system in Washoe County. And then new for Washoe County really is a chapter 3, or an implementation chapter that really describes how we're going to go about accomplishing those things. So this graphic describes how we would do that with the elements, the larger components of the plan that apply to the entire county. This next graphic explains the same process occurring with each of those 13 existing area plans. So taking each one of those area plans, combing through it, making sure we move all of the regulatory language into the development code. There is also a significant amount of what we call boilerplate language, or the same language in each of these that could apply to the county at large. So that's been identified and also moved over into chapter 2. Then the section that applies to the area plans in chapter 2 really allows each one of these area plans to focus on what makes each of those areas special, different, why they need a call out, what is it about Warm Springs and South Valleys and Spanish Springs and Verdi that really makes them stand out, that makes them need a special discussion. By distilling those very large documents down to that, we can really help those communities focus on the things that are so meaningful to them. So we've, in this new plan structure, chapters 1, 2, and 3, like I mentioned, it's why are we doing this? What is our vision? And then how are we going to get that done? A big interest of the community is this chapter 3, how are we going to get it done? We've been explaining that the actions in chapter 3 will be a lot of development code revision potentially, to potentially propose that something needs to be built, whether it's a trailhead or a sidewalk or a transit station. All kinds of things that we would propose are needed. Plans and studies come back out to the community and talk more about issues that they raised during this process. Or programs and resources. Maybe we've got something already going on that we can say, hey, we're already doing something similar to that. Let's focus an existing program towards the issue that you brought up for us. So our timeline, this goes back to October of 21. We actually started in 2020, but in October of 20, in November of 21, we really started ramping it up with meetings with all of our various committees that we've established. We've worked through a couple of years now to get to where we are today, firmly in where the star is in June and July. We are actually just about to bring the first full draft plan to those steering committees, to the steering committee, the technical advisory committee, and the citizens advisory committee. That will be happening the first week of August. Throughout the month of July, we are feeding our consultant all of our internal review, the review of all of the public agencies that we've had on the draft as it stands now. And so the release of the first full public draft for review, we're targeting for August 11th. And we will have a significant, robust public engagement plan to go over that new draft. What we've done so far is pretty significant. We've never really done as much outreach for a program as we have with this one. The staff report that you have really details more of the meetings. But we worked not just through the CABs. We had an enormous amount of CAB meetings, but we also did public workshops. We utilized online surveys to a better success than we have in the past. Have a new online commenting tool, which is where we can actually put drafts up online and invite people to come and leave comments. And then it's almost like social media. You can see other people's comments. You can say you agree or disagree with a comment. And it's a really robust way for people to engage with what's happening with the draft. And it really gives us a good sense of how to make adjustments to the draft. So we've really done much more than we have usually done. We've worked with the manager's office and their excellent communications team. They have a lot of different email lists that they have. They have a social media presence that we've been able to use. So we've been learning how to work on that over this time. So as we move into the last public outreach phase, the feedback on the full draft, we feel like we've really learned an enormous amount through our phase 1 and phase 2 feedback. We're looking forward to working with the communication team throughout August and September and the first part of October. We are targeting the middle of October for the first public hearing before the Planning Commission. We haven't settled that date. We'll be meeting with the Planning Commission the first week of July to talk that over with them. The next steps are, like I mentioned, we'll have that full draft soon to start talking that over with our committees. After we work through those committees, we'll make the adjustments that they recommend to us, and we'll be able to come out in early August with that full draft, which we will do public workshops, more of the online commenting. Another new thing that we've been asked to do that's working, we hope will work out well, is what's called tabling at established events. You'll see a lot of, the regional planning agency is making good use of this. It's to get a table at one of the many regional events that already happens, at something that's happening at one of our regional parks, at some Art Town events that we might try and tag onto, looking for things that are happening out in the community where we can go set up a table there. We have a long list of things that we're investigating. We only have one actually on the calendar, which is for August 5th. It's the Spanish language Poetry Festival at Teglia Park. We have a booth there, and we're looking forward to being there throughout the day for a Spanish language event. And we will be establishing more events throughout August and September as the summer goes on. The ongoing events that we have really is a photo contest, and our website is not necessarily an event, but it is an enormous source of information. EnvisionWashoe2040.org. This is .gov. The website is .org. But EnvisionWashoe2040.org is a source of great information on this project, and we like to drive people to that website as often as possible. We're also asking people to send us in some photos. The county has great photos of our regional parks and many of our parks, but we'd like to ask the community to send us in photos of other places that they enjoy throughout the county as well. So that's my quick run through for you today. I'm happy to answer any questions or provide any information I can for you on this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was wonderful. We're looking forward to having that all done. Is any questions from the board?
Madam Chair.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Young, where'd you go? Thank you first and foremost for staying with us this 137, and I appreciate your patience. This is such important work, and I didn't want it to get overshadowed with what happened earlier. But this is something that is wonderful. You started this work back in 2020, and I really appreciate, from my perspective as a new commissioner, your effort to reach out very, very early on. I believe we met back on January 20th. You had shown an extreme interest and effort in helping communicate with me directly about the region that I represent, the constituents that I serve, and I was following along with the website. The website's wonderful. I directed a lot of folks to that website. I really appreciate the digital access that it provided and allowing for online comments and online surveys. So I thought that was a great way to modernize this approach. I'm really proud of Washoe County for investing and prioritizing the language access that we're in the midst of embarking on. And I just wanted to give you personal thanks and kudos for ensuring that my request to provide a Spanish option did in fact happen. And thank you to the communications team for kicking out the Spanish version of the flyer. And especially thank you to Hobie's Casino for hosting us on May 22nd. You were there, your staff was there. I didn't realize we had so many bilingual members of the CSD department there. It was wonderful to see everybody roll up their sleeves and get engaged with that. But overall, I just wanted to take a moment to say thank you, and I appreciate the extensive surveys, interviews, attempts to meet at the cab, and this is something that is very, very exciting for our region, and anybody that's willing to have a goal to consolidate 19 documents into one. It's a very courageous goal, so thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Anyone else?
Madam Chair, I'm certainly appreciative of your briefing that I had with you earlier so I could get caught up. And I just, as an overall comment, the endeavor that you've taken, as was already expressed by Commissioner Garcia, is I don't think you can even wrap your head around trying to actually ensure that there's consistency, consolidation, looking at those elements, looking at a master plan. And I also think it gives a lot of direction as we do go through growth of having consistency and having really a plan that can be followed. And I really appreciate all of your hard work, and thank you for taking the time to give even a more in-depth briefing to me to catch me up. So 30 years, that's a long time to wait. And so it's really great that you were able to accomplish this. I think all of the efforts in terms of outreach, really a huge, huge kudos to you and the team. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any more comments or questions? Thank you very, very much. All right, let's do it. I think we are ready for item number 17.
Yes, item number 17 is a recommendation to appoint 2 members of the Washoe County Regional Animal Services Advisory Board. 1 member shall fill the position specified in Washoe County Code 55.036, subsections 1C, a representative of a humane or rescue organization. Applicants include Diaz Dixon and Carrie Worth, and 1 member shall fill the position in Washoe County Code 55-0361D, an individual with an interest in promoting the health and safety of animals in Washoe County. Applicants include Joe Fisher, Joe Rodriguez, Rob Pierce, William Robinson, and Irene Payne, who is the incumbent. Both open positions have a 4-year term, which runs from July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2027. This is a regional animal services item.
And Mr. DA, or how are we going to perform this?
We will have Alex Wilson
Very
will
good.
lead us through this.
Hi
Hi, Vice Chair. I'm Alexandra Wilson for the record with Commissioner support. So for the first position, you guys, Commissioner Garcia will lead that as the liaison for that board for her recommendation between the two candidates, Diaz Dixon and Carrie Worth. And then for the public position, because there are 4 candidates, you will choose your top 2 via closed ballot, which will be distributed by the clerk and counted by the clerk.
Thank you. Very, very good.
I'll go ahead and kick things off. Thank you to everybody who applied for these open positions. Thank you, Alexander, for keeping us organized and on track for filling these. And before I go into my recommendations, I also wanted to extend my thanks and gratitude to the amazing leadership of Cheyenne Schultz, who's sitting here in the audience, who also has been in chambers with us all day. I didn't have a chance to mention this during my commissioner comments, but just to give you a little context of what we're facing right now and how important this recommendation is. We had a capacity notice that just went out on Monday, and it was for critical and dangerously full. We are expecting 4th of July, which is historically our busiest weekend of the year for lost animals, and we're already facing critical capacity issues. To make things worse, or to create a perfect storm, our Facebook page is down, and we have not been able to appropriately message that critical capacity that we're facing. So I just wanted to start off by acknowledging the stressful and critical situation that we're in, and again, thank you for your leadership. So during my tenure on the Animal Services Advisory Board, I've seen the unique relationship between Washoe County Regional Animal Services and the Nevada Humane Society. So even though they share a building, it has become very clear and very quickly how things can deteriorate when there are breakdowns in communication, which impacts the movement and flow of animals. And ultimately, it leads to capacity issues like we're facing, we have been facing off and on all spring. And ultimately, it puts us at risk and puts our animals at risk for euthanasia. We're not in the practice of doing that, but we were put on alert the last time we went into this critical stage that we will have to pursue avenues that are not going to be good for anybody involved. Both of my recommendations today come with expertise in communication. They have strong ties to the business and nonprofit community and have an excellent track record of volunteerism and service. For the representative of humane or rescue organization, I would like to personally recommend Diaz Dixon. He's been a leader on both the local and national level. He is shown to be a strong advocate for not only animal welfare, but human services. He has a tremendous amount of nonprofit experience and organizational knowledge. His focus on relationship building is really what stood out to me in his application, and his continual emphasis and modeling of strong communication in the work that he does every single day in his current role. For the representative to promote health and safety, I would like to recommend Irene Payne. She has successfully served on the Washoe County Regional Animal Services Board since 2017. She has a tremendous background in marketing and has a very broad understanding of local government, but also international trends. I've had the privilege of serving with Irene for the last few months, and I'm continually really impressed with the breadth of knowledge, not only for the care of how animals are treated, but how we best communicate with our public when optics can be so challenging and difficult. So with that, I appreciate the opportunity to share my thoughts and experiences.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Any other comments?
I've, again, taken the opportunity to call every applicant, and I'm looking forward to the process that the county puts in place, not for all applicants moving forward, so that will come hopefully before this board in a timely fashion. But until such time, I have taken it upon myself to have a standard of calling all applicants, even if they are an incumbent. So I am going to say that I echo Commissioner Garcia in terms of Diaz-Dixon. His ability to be a conveyor of differences and bringing people together is unmatched in the community. Carrie Worth was wonderful as well, but I am going to support that. Irene Payne certainly has a lot of experienced institutional knowledge and a long history of serving our community. Jill Fisher is going to be my second recommendation. In speaking with her commitment and experience as a vet and her in-depth knowledge of where we're facing with the critical capacity that you shared, Commissioner Garcia, also was echoed by Irene Payne. So I am going to support Diaz-Dixon, and my two names are going to be Jill Fisher and Irene Payne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the one seat, it seems that Diaz-Dixon has my vote. He seems to be the best candidate for that particular seat. Carrie Worth is with the SPCA. I think they're involved in a very public lawsuit against the city of Reno and Reno Iron Works. Regarding the other seat, I've been vocal. I like to give new applicants a chance. So while I appreciate Ms. Payne's service, she's been on the board since 2017. And keep in mind, these folks that we approve today are going to be on this board longer than any of us are going to be on this board. They're here for 4 years starting when they take their office. There isn't anybody sitting on this dais who's going to be here for 4 years from now, unless they're reelected. So these folks are on there for a long term. So we need to make sure that we give somebody else a chance, somebody who hasn't been on the board since 2017. I hear, rumors that Joe Rodriguez is a school board trustee who's rumored to be getting ready to run on the Spark City Council against Christopher Day here. So, I mean, he might be busy with a campaign for the next year or so. Then we've got, so in my opinion, I think William Robinson is who I'm going to support for that particular vacancy. So my two candidates would be William Robinson and Diaz-Dixon. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners. So the process will be paper or no?
What's that?
Okay. Okay, so we're gonna do, I need to speak out then, because I didn't realize that that's the way it was gonna be, right?
Yes, Vice Chair Alexandra Wilson for the record. So for the first individual, it will be a vote based on the recommendation between the two individuals. And for the for the public seat, that one will be the closed ballot. Although it is recommended that you do take public comment before the decision is made.
Right, okay, so let's do the public comment.
Valerie Fiannaca, followed by Irene Payne.
Thanks for that info about Joe Rodriguez, Mike. That's helpful. Valerie Fiannaca for the record, please. We're at a critical level at the animal shelter because of financial burdens placed on the public by government, starting at the federal level, county level, state level, local level. Inflation due to overprinting of money has caused extreme pressure on middle and low income households. Out of control spending causes severe hardship first on our pets, and that's really a sorry state. Sorry state, but it looks like you guys have chosen some good candidates, and thank you for not choosing Joe, hopefully.
Irene Payne, followed by Rob Pierce.
Good afternoon. Irene Payne for the record. Firstly, I would like to thank you, Commissioners and Manager Brown, for all the work and time and effort you put into our community. We really appreciate it. As you know, I'm here today to talk about the Washoe County Regional Animal Services Advisory Board. And as you know, I'm currently the incumbent and the vice chair. As you know from Commissioner Garcia's comments, we are at a critical time for Washoe County Regional Animal Services due to extreme overcrowding, and there has been some significant challenges with the Humane Society. I've worked alongside staff who do an amazing first-class job under very, very difficult conditions, and led wonderfully by Ms. Scholl here. And I've worked also with other members of the advisory board to find a resolution to these challenges. And for sure, progress has been made, but my goodness, we have so much work to do, as shown by the fact that we are in this critical situation for our animals. So I put my name forward because at this point in time, I am the only person who is looking for appointment that is qualified to step in and immediately work with the team and continue to resolve the challenges that we face. I feel that it's not the time to make significant changes to the advisory board. We have to all come together to support Washoe County Regional Animal Services. If we don't, we'll be looking at the unthinkable for our community's animals, and it would be just a disaster, I feel, for our community. So I hope, given that there are exceptional circumstances, and I understand Commissioner Clark's comments for sure, but because of the exceptional circumstances we find ourselves in, and the extreme need for continuity and institutional knowledge at this point in time, I hope, truly hope, that you will give my reappointment serious consideration, and I thank you for doing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Rob Pierce, followed by Penny Brock.
Oh no, just disappeared. Hi, my name is Rob Pierce, and it sounds like you guys have already made your decision on the board, but I wanted to let you know that I'm applying for it also. I live in Washoe County. My wife and I moved out into the area that we live in '92, and the area that I live in has been historically a quiet area, and that all changed about 3 years ago. We had a new neighbor move in with two big white dogs that he allowed to bark almost 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And after talking with him numerous times, he would not stop the dogs from barking, so I had no choice but to go to animal control. And when I went to animal control, I found out that my neighbor was having a problem with this guy's dogs also. See, we couldn't sleep. We couldn't get any peace and quiet. And over the next 3 years, we had over 200 complaints to the animal control. Over 200. We had 3 court appearances, and numerous citations have been issued to this guy. Right now, the owner of these dogs has the dogs quiet, but as soon as that last court judgment wears off, I'm assuming he's going to start allowing the dogs to bark again. There is more than just animal control, meaning at the shelter. There's also animal control for the people of Washoe County. I don't think no Washoe County resident should have to go through what I had to go through, and my neighbor and my wife and my family. So I'm asking for your support to be a board member on this board so I can try to find the problem and try to fix it. As you see from my application, I'm on numerous other boards, and I do one thing, and that one thing is to look out for the people of Washoe County. I care about the people of Washoe County, and I hope that I can get your vote to help me to change this board. Anyways, thank you.
Penny Brock, followed by Val White.
Penny Brock for the record. I will leave it up to the vote of the board, but I would ask, please do not vote for Joe Rodriguez. He's already on the school board. As Commissioner Clark said, rumors out in the street, he's going to run for the Sparks City Council. He probably just wants this on his resume to look good. But what I have to say about Mr. Rodriguez here, if it's any indication how he takes care of the children, the kids in Washoe County schools, he should not be in charge of the animals. Secondly, I was at the audit committee Thursday. It was an audit. The report they went over was the conclusion of travel expenses for 2022. I looked at what the travel expense for this animals, what are they called? I couldn't believe it. They spent $20,000, and that wasn't all of their budget. Well, what I learned is they travel the world to pick up animals that need help. Well, we're hearing that there's extreme overcrowding, and it's a critical situation, an extreme need. Maybe it's time for some new people to be appointed to this board. And also, I think their travel, but why are we giving them money for travel? This is a Washoe County animal situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Val White, followed by Candy Green.
I have a couple distinct comments. One was, I just heard Commissioner Garcia say, apologizing to someone up here. She apologized for what happened before he got up to speak. She was sorry that his presentation was overshadowed by what happened earlier. You mean the public expressing their freedom of speech rights? You're apologizing for that? Yikes. And especially when they're just asking for the children to be protected from pornography. So I assume anyone who supports the pornography is into pornography themselves, I guess. 2, the flags behind us. What are those other 2 flags doing here? They might be great organizations. They don't belong up here. The U.S. flag, the Nevada flag, that's what belongs up there. Those things need to be removed. Thank you. It's just leading to a creep. This is the beginning of the creep to allow other flags up there. The commissioner behavior at this meeting. You'll notice that Commissioner Garcia has her personal laptop in front of her as well as her official laptop. An assumption, but I think I'm right. Watching her for the last while, she's probably been on a Zoom meeting getting notes and directions from her masters. Does she have earbuds on? Is there a policy about commissioners having communication devices, not county devices, on and functioning during meetings? Common courtesy would be to pay attention to the speakers, as the gentleman who presented the master plan information does. You weren't paying attention to anything he said. And lastly, I would urge you to not vote for anyone that Commissioner Garcia supports for these positions. She's obviously an extreme leftist. Everyone she supports is an extreme leftist who are going to do her bidding. And it makes me very sad to say that based on how Commissioner Andriola has voted during these past few weeks, I'd also request that you disregard any support she gives to other candidates. Please support Mr. Pierce. He's just been wonderful. And thank you for the smiles. Here's one back for you.
Candy Green.
Hi, my name's Candy Green. I don't have a lot of soft spots, but I do for animals. And this was going to be to the chair, to Commissioner Garcia. When she made a comment about Facebook, I happen to know a lot about Facebook. I handle over 400 accounts on Facebook. And they were saying that they were having a problem getting their page back. Mr. Gupta, who has been in front of this board about Tyrolean Village up at Incline, lovely gentleman, He works for Facebook. I'm pretty sure if one of you wants to connect her or the entity to him, and if anybody needs his number, I have it. I'm sure they can fix that for them in a minute. And just one other thing, I've been lucky enough to know Diaz Dixon since he was probably, 20 years old. He is one of the nicest, kindest, most lovely people I know. He also ran the Nevada Humane Society, and he would be lovely to be on any board anyone would like to appoint him to. Thanks.
There's no one else signed in.
Thank you. So we're going to do the first one vocally, correct? Okay. Do we need to wait for Garcia?
I think we should wait for Commissioner Garcia. I don't know where she had to go, but somebody should maybe check with upstairs and see if she's coming back.
Thanks to all the public speakers in the meantime. Appreciate you all. So I guess we're going to wait a minute or two.
Maybe we should just vote. We got a quorum. Madam Chair, may I ask our counsel, Mr. Edwards, what we should be doing?
She's coming.
Yeah, I see somebody coming down right now.
Okay.
So we'll start with Commissioner Garcia on the first decision here of the.
I move to recommend Diaz Dixon.
Second that.
And any comments from the board members? No? Okay. I vote for Diaz Dixon as well. So that's 4 to no. Looks like a clear win. Okay, the next one we're going to be doing on paper, right?
I will pass out ballots for you.
I don't think so.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Herman, if I may.
I'll read the votes. For Mike Clark, we have Rob Pierce and William Robinson. For Clara Andriola, Jill Fisher and Irene Payne. For Jeannie Herman, Rob Pierce and William Robinson. And for Mary Luz Garcia, we have Irene Payne. Just one person chosen. So we have a three-way tie, it appears, for Pierce, Robinson, and Payne.
Vice Chair, if I may, for this next round, because there are the top three, you will vote for your one candidate for your second round nominations.
Just a moment, please.
Thank you.
Okay, for this second round, we have Clara Andriola voted for Irene Payne. Mike Clark voted for William Robinson. Jeannie Herman voted for Rob Pierce. And Mary Luz Garcia voted for Irene Payne. So we have 2 votes for Irene Payne.
Vice Chair, so for this round, because Irene Payne received the most votes, it'll go to the board to vote to approve that individual for the recommendation.
Sorry, excuse me. So we are to vote. We are to vote verbally then?
For Miss Irene Payne as the candidate.
Okay. So.
Correct.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I'm happy to make the motion to nominate Irene Payne.
I'll second that.
And do we have any ayes?
Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Nay. So now what do we do?
I would defer over to the DA on if the motion fails.
You need a vote of 3 to take action. So the options right now are to continue your deliberations and try to come to some kind of agreement on who the board wants to support, or table it, come back another time. Those are the options you're looking at.
What is the feeling?
I think that, I mean, obviously the institutional knowledge is the most critical point for me. I spoke personally with Rob Pierce, if he's still in the room, an incredible candidate, along with many of the others that are all well-deserving. But I think tabling it might be the best. That would be my recommendation, Madam Chair.
I believe that would be a good idea, yes. And shall we have a vote on that? Tabling?
I don't think you need to do a vote
Okay.
by statute. If it's a tie vote, it has to come back at a future
very
meeting.
good.
So
Well, that will be the way we do that. Thank you very much. I believe we're down to item 17.
That was 17, this is 18. The public hearing?
Yes. I think I'm supposed to do this, right?
All right, it's a second reading, so would the clerk read the item?
Okay, if adopted, this will be ordinance 1706. An ordinance pursuant to Nevada Revised Statutes 278.0201 through 278.0207, adopting a development agreement as required by the Warm Springs Specific Plan, WSSP, at WSSP 8.1 to utilize the regulatory zone designation specified in the Warm Springs Specific Plan, Land Use Plan 4. Tentative parcel map case number WTPM 21-0019 Webb Family Trust, which is a tentative parcel map dividing a 40-acre parcel, APN 077-130-17, into 3 5.0-acre parcels and one 24.99-acre parcel. In order to develop any property in the WSSP more densely than general rural, one dwelling unit for 40 acres, the specific plan requires that a development agreement be approved. Among other things, the development agreement adopts development standards for the property in conformance with the Warm Springs Specific Plan Development Standards Handbook Framework, a component of the Washoe County Master Plan, such as standards relating to uses, accessory structures, building requirements, setbacks, heating and fireplaces, architecture, landscaping, fencing, lighting, utilities, and other matters concerning the development of the land. Further, the development agreement provides for the participation of future property owners in any assessment district or general improvement district, providing services, facilities, and/or maintenance for the specific planned area. The applicant and property owner is the Webb Family Trust. The subject site is approximately 40 acres in size and is located at 3325 Broken Spur Road. The assessor's parcel number is 077-130-17. The master plan category is 53% suburban, residential, SR, 21.2 acres, and 47% rural R, 18.8 acres, and the regulatory zone is 53% low-density suburban, LDS, 1 unit per acre, 21.2 acres, and 47% general rural, GR, 1 unit per 40 acres, 18.8 acres. This was formerly Bill number 1896.
Is there public comment? No? Okay.
Madam Chair, I'm happy to move to adopt ordinance number 1706 as outlined in the staff report.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, commissioners. And now we can vote on that. I would like to hear the ayes.
Aye.
What was yours? Aye for me too. And did you made the motion, so, okay, so, that's the vote. So now what do I need to do?
You're all set with what you did.
Okay. Oh,
You can close the public hearing.
public hearing. Okay, I've never done this before, so.
It's all right.
So, Bill 1896 now becomes, or do I read the, you've adopted it.
Yeah, you're all set. You can just close the public hearing, and then I think up next, I think, is public comment.
Okay, but we didn't have any.
No, the general public comment, item 19.
Okay. Oh, yeah, okay. So hearing is closed.
All right, item 19 is public comment. Comment heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the commission agenda. The commission will also hear public comment during individual action items with comment limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments that will be made to the commission as a whole.
Madam Chair, can I want to throw out a bit of legal advice here before you move into this on item 19 per your agenda. Personal attacks don't have to be allowed, and I'm going to recommend that you don't allow personal attacks during public comment. So comment on the issues is allowed, but I'm recommending that not be allowed. Thank you.
Terry Brooks, followed by Jeff Stoffelbach.
Hello, it's me, Terry Brooks again. And today I'd like to address the subject of hunger as another factor of the problem of homelessness. Food is an absolute necessity. We cannot live without it. It's needed even more than a place to stay. There is no doubt about it. Even when someone loses their home and winds up homeless and on the street, in order for them to stay alive, they still have to have food to eat. But after losing their home, they've lost their cooking utensils too. So what they can eat for any meal is on a very limited menu. They no longer have a stove to cook with, nor do they have refrigeration. But eating uncooked processed foods is still better than starvation. But eating fast foods or processed foods is also more expensive. The problems related to homelessness get more and more extensive. But at least here in Washoe County, there are people who are willing to give help, such as food, to those who are hungry and need food to live. All of such generous people I would like to thank, such as those who volunteer and donate to the Northern Nevada Food Bank, and the local churches where they bag up food and proceed to hand out that food to people who are homeless, hungry, and in need, and to those who volunteer and donate to UNR's PAC provisions for students who have sacrificed a lot to fulfill their educational visions, and to those who also help out at 2nd Street's Urban Roots, where they teach children how to garden and grow and produce vegetables and fruits. There, a lot of young children are not only taught how to grow their own food, but are also fed food for thought. Give a child some food, and that child will have food to eat today. But teach a child to garden, and that child may have food to eat every day. Hunger is a situation for which I have concern. I want to thank you all for hearing me today as I share these things that I learned. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Jeff Stoffelbach, followed by Valerie Fianaka.
Hello. Yeah, I'd like to address the commission on the flooding of Pyramid Highway. When we get moderate to heavy rains, which happened about, I don't know, what was it, 2 weeks ago, the intersection at Eagle Canyon and Pyramid was flooded in all directions, north, south, east, and west. A car that was trying to merge onto Pyramid Highway heading south from Eagle Canyon got stalled in the turn lane onto Pyramid Highway. Everything was a mess. It happens every year. Why hasn't something been done? You know, it gets ridiculous. I drove through the intersection in my truck, which is a 4-wheel drive, and I had no trouble getting through, but other cars were having one heck of a time to get through. And nothing's been done. Why this happens every year? And even about 3 miles south of the Eagle Canyon intersection, heading south, when it rains, the fast lane next to the K-rails floods, and it pretty much wants to pull you into the K-rails. And again, why nothing's been done. My wife and I were traveling at about 25 miles an hour in that area, and a car or truck, I don't know which, that was heading north sent a wall of water over the K-rails and just flooded, our windshield to where we almost had to stop to continue. The drainage is terrible, and it needs to get addressed before something very drastic happens. Thank you.
We will look into that matter.
Valerie Fianaka, followed by Sandy Tibbet.
Valerie Fianaka for the record, and I'm sorry I'm so cranky today. There's a reason for it, but I'm not going to share it with y'all. I have questions, and I know you can't answer them for me, but I'm going to just ask them anyway, just so I can ask them. What's happening with the elections group? What's happening with the Porter group? Does Commissioner 3 live full-time in her district? Previously, when we've proven that elected officials broke the rules about where they live, law enforcement did nothing to help us. They didn't help us claw back the money that they were paid for a full year that they didn't live in their district. They didn't in any way harm her. They didn't in any way do anything to her. We're very tired of the two-tiered system of justice. It's happening from top to bottom, and we've had enough. The Ethics Commission is corrupt, per the Las Vegas Review-Journal. 2 members have resigned because of corruption. What do we serfs do when the entire system is corrupt? We fix our elections, that's what we do. The library plan, per Jeff Scott, is to claw a permanent portion of our property tax dollars for 30 years, with which he wants to start a marketing campaign, which he's going to start in August, so that he can extend his marketing campaign for Pride Week into Pride Year. And those are words straight out of his mouth. Y'all can hear it for yourself on video. So the director of our library board, Amy Guillieri, assumes she's going to be reappointed. So she elected herself again as the chair. She's got 3 days left in her appointment. Please, please, please open this up to the community. I'm begging you. And I don't beg for anything very often. Thank you.
Sandy Tibbet, followed by Roger Edwards.
Sandy Tibbet for the record. First, I want to thank Commissioner Herman for filling in as the chair for this meeting. It can't be easy when you have Garcia and Edwards up there rolling their eyes at each other. Body language speaks volumes. Our country and our county have been stolen from us. Our elected officials no longer represent our interest, only their own. Right, Garcia? They despise us, as we despise you. They are systematically stripping us of our rights and our liberties one by one, from the illegal search to enter this room to censoring us by removing the public comment at the beginning of the meeting. These are actions of a dictatorship. Our justice system has become weaponized and no longer functions. It neither punishes the guilty or protects the innocent. Citizens are being targeted for speaking out and standing up for their rights and the rights of others. Our entire economy only exists to enrich the globalist corporations and their benefactors. Our roads are crumbling, our bridges are collapsing, and the trains are derailing, spewing hazardous materials onto our land and into our waterways. Our public infrastructure is slowly falling apart. Have you been down to downtown Reno lately? The vibrant, it's scary. Nobody wants to go down there. It's a shadow of what it used to be. It no longer glows, it's not vibrant, and you guys have destroyed that. Our country's borders are non-existent. Our immigration system feeds our homeless industrial complex and only serves to provide the fuel for endless spending bills that launder money from public programs to private and political pockets. Our education system only exists as a propaganda tool to brainwash our sons and daughters into becoming the next wave of rainbow shirt-wearing government worshipers who are mentally ill with gender dysphoria. Our military is an extension of the globalist leaders invading and securing a stronghold in each new foreign country they desire to drain of resources. And out of sight of the American people, they build their criminal syndicates for their corporate activities or corrupt activities. Both are corrupt. Our free speech and our freedom of assembly are now just a shadow of what they used to be, and our right to self-defense is on the verge of being criminalized. Our right to select and elect our leaders has been subverted to the point where it is no longer clear whether your vote even matters. Washoe County being one of the worst in the country, wrought with collusion and corruption. The machines need to go, and the voter rolls need to be cleaned up as a start to a fair election. Our country and our county is being attacked from within. Our history has been erased and rewritten. Our birthright has been stolen from us, and most people haven't even noticed. And I'll end with that.
Roger Edwards, followed by Nichelle Hull.
Well, I'm not nearly as prepared as Ms. Tibbetts, but my name is Roger Edwards. Please enter your comments into the permanent record. As I mentioned before, I'm a 50-year resident in Washoe County. And as the doctor provided you with a big presentation about the master plan, I've been on the Planning Commission for 8 years, Regional Planning Commission for 2. Chairman of both, and when I applied for a volunteer position at the Registrar of Voters, I was not even considered. I mean, I spent 23 years on the North Valley's Citizens Advisory Board. I've worked for the county for a long time, and if they don't know me by now, I don't know what to tell them. I'm concerned that the selection process for volunteers for the Registrar of Voters is so corrupted that the whole thing needs to be revamped. I was kind of encouraged by the RGJ article that the manager and the Registrar of Voters did. It looked really good. They said they're going to revamp everything from the bottom up. I hope that includes addressing the volunteer problem. You have some really good volunteers in this county that aren't even being considered. You have the manpower right here at hand, and maybe the previous Registrar of Voters was jaded or something, but I hope that this commission will encourage strongly the county manager and the Registrar of Voters who works for you to look at the pool of volunteers that you have right here at hand and use them. I mean, there's nobody that knows the community better than long-term residents and proven volunteers that are not being used. It's something we need to stay on top of because, of course, the clean voter rolls are critical. But, having really good volunteers when it gets down to voting time is also, please work on that, all right? Thank you.
Nichelle Hull, followed by Scott Finley.
Nichelle Hull, please enter my comments into the public record. So I also wanted to echo Roger and others, Valerie Fianaka's comments about, fresh air into these boards and commissions, like Commissioner Mike Clark was stating. It's not difficult to do that, right? We have that lovely employee of the county who's consolidated everything. So that consolidated list of commission openings, board openings, that could easily be sent. out. She could create a distribution list. It can be sent to radio stations. It can be sent to departments within UNR. It can be sent to SHRM, the HR Association, the Nevada Human Resource Association. Then from there, it could just be shot out to all kinds of HR managers at companies. So all kinds of professionals could be updated, twice a month on all these board commissioner openings. That's not a monumental task to create a distribution list. And then you could get, if you wanted, you could get fresh ideas, fresh minds on things. And then lastly, it's not a personal attack, Mr. Edwards, to describe the comments of commissioners. That's not a personal attack. So I'm going to describe Mayor Luz Garcia's comment earlier that she didn't think when she got out of bed today that she would be basically dealing with book banners. So, Mayor Luz, a lot of your constituents are Hispanic, and whether you acknowledge it or not, many of them are Catholic, which is Christian, and those folks, like other non-faith-based people, are concerned adults who are lucid, who care very much about the safety of children. So when you throw out a term, a derivative or a negative term like book banner, you are lumping the people in this meeting into a negative term that I feel is discriminatory, when what really is going on is you have adults who are concerned about the safety of children. I don't know what that sound is.
Well, that was me. I'm just reminding you that we need to not criticize just one person. I had that problem earlier today. So.
Okay, thank you for that, Commissioner Herman. So I think it's okay to criticize. Attack is something different. Criticize means you are making a critical, analytical comment based upon something. And if we cannot do that, I don't even know what we're doing here. So with all apologies, Ms. Herman, thank you.
Scott Finley, followed by Victoria Meyer.
Please enter my comment and please enter my comment into the record per NRS 241. My name is Scott Finley. I am a resident of Washoe County and have a military background in the financial management and comptroller career field of the United States Air Force. Young man, you are wrong. This is what someone recently told me. You are wrong. Am I wrong? Maybe, maybe not. What I do know is that this commission is wrong. Young man, you are wrong. Is it wrong for me to be here? Is it wrong for me to ask questions? Is it wrong for me to want to be educated on how my local government functions, to get involved and help my community? Is it wrong for me to not be perfect, but seek perfection? Is it wrong for me to be vulnerable, but turn that vulnerability into strength? Is it wrong for me to be angry? Is it wrong for me to not want obscene and pornographic books in the children's section of libraries or our schools? Is it wrong for me to not want the youth to be abused, to stop the cycle of abuse? Is it wrong for me to not want pedophiles perverting and preying on our children? Is it wrong for me to be tired of the gaslighting and the lies, to beware the bearers of false hope and broken promises? Is it wrong for me to tell pedophiles, perverts, social deviants, and their apologists that the good guys are not afraid of the bad guys? A piece of advice to everyone here today: if you are not making mistakes, you are not learning. If you are making the same mistakes over and over again, as demonstrated by the commission, then you are failing. Everyone has faults. It just so happens that mine are good. I'm one of the good guys. So to young men and women everywhere, are you wrong? Thank you.
Victoria Meyer, followed by Janet Butcher.
Victoria Meyer for the record. This is our current Drag Queen Story Hour reader, Christopher Daniels, aka Miss Ginger Divine. And you can see that, well, maybe you can't. The umbrella has pink. The pink and blue of the MAPS flag that I was referring to earlier. I don't think it shows up in there very well. That flag was also displayed at our White House, along with the Pride flag. The points I was making earlier is that I don't really care what adults do. That's everybody's business, their own personal business, what they do. Excuse me, as an adult. I'm trying to show, however, that this Pride issue and the MAPS issue, that's obviously a problem, minor attracted persons, but it's all based on sexuality and sexual orientation and who you choose to, love and fool around with. As far as banners, we are not book banners. That is an incorrect label to pin on all of us. I don't care what books people read. I don't care what books adults read. I care what's in our schools for our children to read. The side that wants to call us book banners, their biggest complaint that they say we have about books for children is that it contains homosexuality, witchcraft, sex, profanity, alcohol use, violence, anti-God and religion, anti-religion. These are some of the banned books. One of them is from this book in particular. The Bluest Eye is a book that's in middle school right here in Washoe County. He could have been an active homosexual, but lacked courage. Basically, it didn't occur to him, and sodomy was quite out of the question. And it goes on. That's in a middle school here. Looking for Alaska is another banned book. It's been banned and challenged for sex, profanity, homosexuality, undermining religious beliefs. That is in Washoe County high schools. And the list goes on. And I have another lovely picture. This is our, I'm not sure who screens these people, but Christopher Daniels, this was on his Facebook page. That's Miss Ginger Divine there on stage. But drag isn't sexual. I beg to differ. So we're not book banners. We just want to protect our children.
Janet Butcher, followed by Penny Brock.
Janet Butcher for the record. I am going to warn you, I'm going to pick on one or a group of people. I'd like to thank and recognize Jan Galasini and her staff in the clerk's office. They put up with a lot. I thank them. Last week, I went up to Incline Village to the library trustee meeting, and it was amazing that the folks up there didn't know what was actually going on in the libraries and what was going on in their community. They're aware now, and they're making other people aware. I also want to bring up the position. Obviously, Amy assumed she was going to walk right back into that position. She's a terrible chairperson. She actually lets the library director, run the meeting. I personally asked Library Director Scott why the library was not promoting any other events like 4th of July, Constitution Day, anything patriotic. His non-answer was to deflect and say, well, we could request a meeting room. Well, we've tried. So I asked him again because he obviously was having a comprehension problem. So I asked him again. So he doesn't want to promote anything like that. Also, too, I want to reiterate that I don't think anybody, if you re-listen to any of the comments, no one said we wanted to ban any books. I didn't use the word, but I will use the word virtue signaling and Munchausen by proxy. I put up here the Sound of Freedom again. It's going to be on the 4th of July, 3rd, 4th. It'll be right here in our community. It's about child and human trafficking, especially child trafficking. And if anybody has ever had a child in their family groomed, prepped, and molested, they will understand what I'm saying. Thank you. And I have a ticket if anybody needs one.
Penny Brock, followed by Deborah Sock.
Penny Brock, for the record, please enter my comments in the record per NRS. First of all, none of us, again, have called for banning books or censorship. Someone's trying to put words in our mouths, and we don't appreciate that. We don't do that to the county commissioners. Thank you. Now, as far as the number 12 that was just approved, I'm rather confused because in the NRS, it talks about contracts being approved. It says for contracts $100,000 or more, before something's purchased, it must be approved. Up to $100,000, it can be approved by the authorized purchasing agent. Anything over and above must be approved by the board. However, our Washoe County handbook, it got changed to up to $300,000. Well, I think that's maybe a legal problem because the NRS supersedes the Washoe County Handbook 7.2. So when someone went out and placed these orders over $300,000 before it came before the body, to me, that may be a huge legal problem from the get-go. Now, did the K&H printing, that could be stopped. They're not printing the ballots right now. We've got to have the election proposal from Commissioner Herman heard first because we may get paper ballots and hand counting of the ballots and no Dominion voting machines. So see, right there, we've got a problem. Okay, now moving along to the library board, that issue is there is no county commissioners overseeing that library board. I want to know why not. Why not? Maybe we need to have, as with the other boards, a county commissioner plus the alternate put on the library board. Secondly, I would suggest having a library a library CAB board. We, the citizens, would like to have a library CAB, like we're going to do with, what's that other board? The elections board. We would like one for the library, please. Let's see, the other thing is, again, the sewer, our sewer has a standard. Our library for our children has no standard. That tells you what's going on in the library is worse than the sewer. Please adopt a policy for the library for the children. Thank you.
Deborah Sock, followed by Catherine Snedeker.
Yesterday, Deborah Sock for the record. Yesterday, when I was printing the agenda for this meeting, I looked forward to seeing where Commissioner Clark's legally defined and publicly recorded request for a discussion and vote on moving public comment to the front of the meeting being on the agenda. For some reason, it wasn't on the agenda. And yet, Commissioner Clark made it clear what law and statute it fell under and that it had to be followed. I would respectfully request that his request and the legal precedent for it be followed. Thank you.
Catherine Snedeker, followed by Val White.
For the record, I'm Catherine Snedeker, a non-person, non-resident, unenfranchised, natural-born American woman. So the reason I say this is because the statutes, the codes, the ordinances from the various cities, that isn't law. It's a statute or a code, but it's not law. It's what's legal under the statutes, which are not law. It's the essence of the law. So all the public law in this state was repealed in 1947. Every bit of public law in this state was repealed in 1947. And in 1967, it was replaced with the copyrighted Nevada Revised Statutes. That made it a corporation. And in NAC 482, the state of Nevada is defined as an organization or an agency. Wait a minute. How can the state of Nevada be an agency or an organization? I thought it was a state. Guess it's not. And who is it an agency for? Oh, the federal government, that's right, federal government. Well, there's nothing that talks about Nevada State, the Republic. That's what I'm a member of. I am not a member of the state of Nevada, an organization or agency. That's why your rules, your codes, your policies, your ordinances don't apply to me, because I'm not a member of the person group. A natural person is defined in NRS 242 as a business, but everybody thinks it means them. An individual is somebody who comes here from another country and wants to live here legally and permanently. That's defined in what a person is, as well as an LLC and the other things. I'm none of those things. That's why I come to you as a woman and not as a person defined by the state. The state can only regulate what it defines. And it didn't define woman, so I'm not defined. And I reject any idea, anybody. Nobody has tried to challenge my position as a woman and not as a person. Thank you.
Val White, followed by Susan Van Ness.
Wouldn't it be nice? Applicants for the Assistant Registrar of Voters, I know that they've been interviewed, and I'm looking forward to hearing who's going to be selected for that. I understand that there's a very qualified candidate who was interviewed, and I'm wondering why we haven't heard anything and why this candidate hasn't actually heard anything. I'd like to make a suggestion that all of the interviews be videotaped so that the commissioners can review those interviews if they'd like to actually see the qualifications in the person speaking and what they could bring to our election department. A couple comments about personal attacks versus criticisms. Nothing in our First Amendment says that someone can't say something you don't like. You might not like it. You might not want to own what someone says about you, but it doesn't give you the right to stop them from saying it or even thinking it.
Now, I've had a problem with that little blurb you have in every agenda that tells what kind of comments speakers can make. I mean, they're all subjective terms, all of them. So who gets to decide what is irrelevant? Who gets to decide what is repetitive? Certainly, I wouldn't trust some of you on this board to make that decision. So it might be a good idea for a review of actually what the First Amendment says so that you can understand better. I think we here understand it better than some of you up there. And as far as personally attacking someone, criticizing them is not an attack. But I'll tell you, I do feel attacked by many of the votes that this board makes when it grabs my rights and freedoms. That's a personal attack that affects me personally, day to day. Last, almost, those flags don't belong there. We need the U.S. flag, the Nevada flag, and the U.S. flag needs to be in a position of prominence. Right now, it just looks like tacky fabric on the wall. What's wrong with the poles where they hung previously? And last, public comment needs to come back. All it's communicating is that the majority of this board, including a Republican, Andriola, supports stifling freedom of speech. Sad. Sad.
Susan Van Ness.
I'd like to wish America a happy birthday, but I'd like to wish our Commissioner Gene Herman a happy birthday also. I respect you so much. No one has given you anything. We took other commissioners in, and we did, but Gene Herman, thank you. Let's see if we can get this rocking. I think.
All right, Susie. Come on.
I'm hoping. Is it loud?
Oh, no. No.
Is it loud enough?
The microphone.
Happy birthday, America. It's a republic. If we can keep it, we're here to do that. Can you hear it? Happy birthday, Gene. 4th of July. Happy birthday, Gene. We celebrate you. That's not an We love America. We love you too. Lights gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars still gives me goosebumps. Perilous fight for the ramparts we watch. We're so streaming, the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, through the night, we're going to protect the children. God bless America. The home of the brave. Happy birthday, Gene! We love you! It's a republic, and we're going to keep it. We're going to get rid of the corporate county and Washoe and the state of Nevada. And return it to Nevada State and Washoe County.
And God bless America.
And God bless America.
And you all.
There's no one else in chambers, but I do have an email that will be placed on the record.
So thank you all very much and for putting up with me today. Thanks. God bless you all. I think we are to another item.
Item 20 is Commissioners and County Managers' announcements, reports, and updates to include boards and commissions updates, requests for information or topics for future agendas.
Has anybody got a message? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, it sounds like a broken record, but I would like public comment of at least a vote by this body up here and have a vote on a future agenda whether we should bring public comment back. I've been asking and asking and asking. And the answer I get is it's up to the chair. So this is a unilateral decision by the chair. Unfortunately, she's not here, but she knows my sentiment. We've talked about this on the phone. You know, she doesn't realize that as an owner of a business, as a manager of a business, people, sometimes you need to hear things you don't want to hear, but you need to hear. You need to hear this from the people. You need to hear what people have. You might not agree with much of what they say, but every once in a while you get a real nugget of information, and we need that. We need feedback. We're not living in a vacuum up here as elected officials. You know, we've got a 9 months, a little less than 9 months from today, people are going to be filing for re-election. There's 2 members on this board that are up for re-election. In less than a year, 11 months and 2 weeks, whatever it is, we're going to have a primary, and people are going to make decisions. So everybody who's up here is being scrutinized under a microscope, and not even a microscope, an electron microscope, looking for everything that's going on. So everyone should be on their best behavior and willing to discuss anything with the taxpayers, the citizenry. And I'm that person. I want to hear whatever you have to say. I might not agree with it. I might tell you I don't agree with it. But we need that feedback. We need a report card. People think that it's the same group of people that come in and talk, but this same group of people have the time and energy to do this. But when I talk to people out in the public, believe me, this is a good sampling of a lot of concerns. Not all the concerns. People don't agree with everything that you have to say, but we need to hear from the people. And anybody who isn't on board with that shouldn't be reelected. Okay, in my opinion. So I can talk about this. So I want to get that on record yet again. I want the members on this sitting up here to vote yes or no on public comment as soon as possible. Next, I want to talk about another agenda item, short-term rentals. This needs to be brought back. There's a lot of concern at Incline Village about this. The people want to hear about this. It needs to come up so it doesn't have the appearance of being pandering to somebody before an election. The sooner we get this off the table, the sooner we move on, and it doesn't look like somebody's playing favorites to their district. Tyrolean Village, we need to get that back in front of us and get that resolved. So I want to get that back on the agenda as soon as possible. And I got the last question is I'm sitting up here and I'm watching two wonderful sheriff's deputies in the back room yawning for the last 6 or 7 hours. What the heck is this all about? Why? We've got security, we've got rent security, we've got sheriff's department here. Well, look around the room. This is there's a bunch of spring chickens here. Nobody's going to start a riot here. What's going on? Does this look like an unruly crowd to you? You don't have to answer, but at the end of the day, what did you do here today but hang around? I mean, geez, I would have rather seen you go to the library and read a book or something. Anyhow, that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to share that during the last meeting, I had mentioned, and I know we all really, it was unanimous in terms of the caliber of applicants for the airport board. So I reached out to the airport board to see if there was any interest to have the applicants considered for something, because they were really a high caliber group of people. And as it turns out, it is serendipitous. The airport board was looking at forming I don't remember, I don't think they actually have finalized the title, but it was shared with me that they were eager to be passed along those applications and that information. And so I contacted all of the applicants again, who were extremely eager to, again, participate and have a voice. And so I think it's something to think about in the future as you're talking to people. We may not know all of the interworkings of various different departments or entities that we're involved and connected with, but it was really, really a warm welcome by all of the applicants to be eager to look at continuing to contribute to the airport. So I just wanted to, again, thank all of the applicants. Every time they submit, it's just been a lot of heartwarming conversations to give time and to really care. And so I want to give everyone a shout out on that. Thank you.
Madam Chairman, one final comment, and thank you, Commissioner Andriola, for jogging my memory. We had, I thought, an excellent candidate. I think both Commissioner Garcia and myself voted for Ms. Rodriguez, who worked at 10, 12, 15 different departments at the airport, checking in baggage, unloading planes, checking in people, just had a really good, to me, good working knowledge of the airport. And I think that the airport board needed somebody with some of that hands-on, talk about institutional knowledge, somebody who's actually been there, done that. And it saddened me this week to see that a former commissioner who used to sit in this chair, who knows little or nothing about running an airport, got appointed by the city of Reno to be on that board. I mean, 0.0 knowledge about it. And the city of Reno jumps over somebody who had this institutional knowledge of Ms. Rodriguez. Most of you might remember her. She said she moved here as a youth from Mexico. She loves the mountains. Her husband loves the desert. They're happy here, but a good working knowledge of the airport. I would have liked to seen a rank and file, journeyman type person like that, who's actually loaded baggage, who's actually checked people in, who's actually been involved with the running of the airport, to be on the airport board. So back to Commissioner Andriola, those were quality candidates. A lot of them, and they got jumped over by, recycled, repurposed county commissioner. So I'm just throwing that out there. Thank you.
Any other comments? Okay. I guess that's all of our information. I'm praying that we have two agenda items that I'm waiting for about elections. So that's all I have to say. And so I guess the next thing is we are adjourned.